Hey everybody, this is Roberto Blake. Hope you create something awesome today. Welcome back to the channel. Today we've got another set of YouTube channel reviews for you. It is a Friday. We like to do our follower Fridays where we do the YouTube channel reviews. So that is something that we're really looking forward to. We're going to be popping those up here. Thank you to everyone who is following the rules and went ahead and submitted for your channel reviews. The way we're going to be doing this is we're going to be making sure that we give constructive feedback. So what you're going to get is you're going to get a compliment on what you're doing well, what you're doing correctly. And then we're going to move to constructive criticism of things that, could be improved upon for the better. Then we will have some actionable advice. We're going to try to keep each of these to about 6 minutes apiece so that we can get to everybody. We have a goal of getting in 15 reviews in the queue in the first 1 hour of the video. For those of you watching at home, watching the replay, the idea is that hopefully you'll get some helpful advice that you might benefit from by watching other people's content be reviewed and seeing how they can improve. Maybe it gives you some ideas. Maybe it helps you better understand what would make for a successful channel on your own. So that's what we're going to be doing. The rules for the channel reviews are based on super chats, and the info on that is in the description. If you're someone who wants to work with me one-on-one, you can definitely visit awesomecreatoracademy.com and see everything I offer in the coaching section, or you can join the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group. We have that over at awesomecreatoracademy.com/join, and we have the pro group membership where you get to be part of our office hours twice a week on Tuesday and Thursday nights. We meet twice a week. You'll be in a group of like-minded creators who are all trying to go full-time or are already full-time. We have people in there with less than 10,000 subscribers. We have people in there with 100,000 subscribers. We even have, I believe, 2 creators that are at 1 million subscribers. So we have a variety of people. They're there for a variety of reasons. We talk about brand deal contracts. We talk about channel strategy. We talk about thumbnails. We talk about also being multi-platform for repurposing, streaming, and all the other things. So if you want the details, join the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group at www.awesomecreatoracademy.com/join. Link is in the description. So with that out of the way, we have our first couple of super chats here. We have Lakeside Productions with a $20 super chat. So we're putting you in the queue for a channel review. Thank you to all our mods for holding it down and maintaining the channel review form to make life easy for me. So Lakeside Production says, thanks for sharing all your knowledge, Roberto. Would love to hear your thoughts on my channel and how I can improve. So we'll definitely get to that. We have Quilts and Chocolates here, $25 super chat. And Quilts and Chocolates, thank you for the question you submitted, I think a week or two ago. And you wanted to know whether you should change your name to make it easier to remember, easier to read, and easier to say. Good job on changing your channel name. I know that you were trying to be clever and you wanted something that stands out, was different, and was cutesy, but we figured out that for you, the most important thing, and for all of you watching, if you want to name your channel something, it should be easy for people to say and pronounce. It should be easy for them to remember, and it should be easy for them to spell. At the end of the day, clear is better than clever. Just remember that clear will always be better than clever. If you have a choice between being really clever and cute or being perfectly clear, choose to be perfectly clear. So we got a ton of you watching here on YouTube, which is great. We also appreciate everybody who's watching over on x.com, twitch.com, and all the other platforms. We got LinkedIn Live, we got Facebook Live, we got everything under the sun going on here, even kick.com. So thank you to everybody. We multi-stream for a reason. We're also going to be cutting these up and repurposing them to the highlights channel for you. So definitely appreciate that. Also, quick shout out to our good friend, Uncle Josephine, who I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right anyway. Say and pronounce. Well, I'm screwed. Yep, that happens sometimes, my friend. So, yep. Yep, and I do see that you paid for some channel advice there, for Quilts and Chocolates. We will get to you. We have you second in the queue. And Uncle Josephine is saying, Yo, Sai Ven. Yo, Sai Ven. Uncle Yosivan. Okay, so I've been pronouncing that wrong the whole time. There you go. So also would recommend that if you guys have non-English YouTube channels that you consider somewhere including the phonetic spelling and pronunciation so that people can try to get that right. All right, let's go ahead and get into the form for the channel reviews and start out with Lakeside Productions. We're going to go ahead and pop that one into our browser here. Let's see. All right. So we have Lakeside Productions, 20,000 subscriber channel. Good job on growing that. Looks like you have a little bit of a business in terms of beststockvideo.com/lakeside store. So it looks like you also sell some stock images. Repairing a 1940 seaplane constructed of double mahogany planking. Okay, interesting. You know, with the channel Lakeside Productions, it makes me feel like this is a production company. So, not sure if that's aligned. I also feel like it's a production company based on the profile image you're using here. This looks like this is going to be a channel teaching me cinematography more than anything. But what it actually looks like you're doing, and I do actually like this approach here, is it looks like you're actually doing a video documentary series and journal where you're restoring, this old boat, which is actually really cool. And I could see why I would actually watch this sort of thing if it randomly appeared in my YouTube channel feed. I would watch this, and I like that it's an episodic series. So it means that the people are very invested in this journey you're taking them on, and it looks like the views are pretty consistent, and you're uploading when you can at a reasonable pace. It looks like you upload maybe twice a month, which is a reasonable pace for something like this, 2 to 3 times a month in between episodes. If it could be weekly episodes, you would have a TV show format, because this is actually also really good in positioning for what YouTube is getting ready to call cinematic channels. And you might actually be getting really good views on YouTube TV, just with the regular YouTube app, because the YouTube app on television sets is actually perfect for this type of content and this type of channel. I honestly think that all of your episodes should aim to be between 16 to 24-minute episodes, which would fit the standard TV show sitcom format. So I like it. I feel like it's the boat version of This Old House with Bob Vila or something of that nature. Um, and here's the thing. You have this one where it's watch an Irish shipwright revive a traditional 14 plinker punt. I think that you should actually do what you've been doing here, where you shifted. I think you should go back to the older episodes, and you should give them unique titles like you've been doing for these later episodes. There's a point where you stopped using 1940 wooden seaplane tender as the title and episodes, and you actually started giving everything truly unique titles. And I think you started to notice a trend that as you started to add more uniqueness to the titles, the average views started to increase and get people interested. And you could still have episodes the um at the end here for the titles. So I think this is actually great. I love the attention to detail and craftsmanship of the cinematography. I also like that you use a flat video style instead of high contrast, and this has a TV-like look to it, and it has a timeless sort of look to that. I love that you're using photography-based thumbnails and that they're interesting and unique, and that when we get into the hover above the video, it feels like we're getting right into the video, just based on how you're doing it. So I really like that. I really enjoy that. I think it's actually really smart. And I think that you should continue to move in the direction of a TV series. My main thing in actionable advice for you, and then we have to move on to the next channel here in a bit, and we'll also talk about this a little bit in the chat. I want the chat to chime in here because one of the great things about my channel review series is that the chat is as much a part of the review as anything else. Um, and so I like that. I also forgot that what I meant to do was I meant to make the review itself full screen because you guys don't really need me on camera for this. Um, but what I think is actually really good, among other things, one of the things I really like about this is the fact that this feels like a TV show that we would be watching. And I think that more content that is IRL content and feels like a TV show, I love. And you see the views actually correlate to some degree with you making 20 to 30-minute episodes. I would continue to make these episodes somewhere between like 18 to 35 minutes is good for you. People are really responding to it, getting invested. YouTube likes watch time traps and session traps for things that keep people watching YouTube viewing sessions longer. I could see binge watching this on a Saturday or Sunday very easily. So, chat, what do you all think about this YouTube channel? And what do you think about this episodic video format and seeing him work on his World War II boat and do the full restorations to it? I think that when this is finally done, that the episode should be about your adventures living on the boat. And what would be cool is, since this is apparently a World War II boat, would be if you travel to historic World War II sites in the boat once it's all complete and basically take it to relive its glory days. I think that'd be interesting from a narrative standpoint. But chat, what do you think of the approach to the cinematography and craftsmanship and making this feel very like a TV show? And then high quality production. And then what do you think about the fact of the thumbnails being these realistic thumbnails? And I do feel like these thumbnails are great because they're photorealistic thumbnails and they give you a sense of the content immediately when you watch on it, and they draw me in. I want to see what's happening with these. So what do you all think? Let me know in the chat. But great job so far, Lakeside Productions. Um, and if you guys enjoyed what this content creator is doing, make sure you check out their channel. I'm eventually going to go back and add each channel re-reviews link to the description of the YouTube channel review videos. I'm going to add their link if you ever want to check them out, track their progress. But don't subscribe to them if you're not going to support them. You're not doing them any favors by doing that. But I do want to make sure that we're also giving credit to the content creators. And if you find their content interesting, you have a way to support them. So again, make sure you're checking out Lakeside Productions here. But that's my review. My big critique and takeaway here is adjusting and making sure the titles remain in a TV show episodic format, and to keep moving in the direction of photorealistic thumbnails. I had some ideas for some potential content to expand on with this, but also go back and redo the titles for the oldest videos. The oldest videos in this particular series have very strong thumbnails even back then. Go back and rework those titles so that people can watch the playlist and watch it in order. And I think that you'll be good. So those are my thoughts. But what did you all think? Did I do a good review for Lakeside Productions? Did you agree with me on, adjusting the titles to be unique and interesting while keeping the episodic branding at the end and keeping the episode numbers at the end and putting these in a bingeable playlist that people can watch from beginning to end? What do you all think? Let me know in the comments. Let me know what you guys are thinking. Again, thanks to Lakeside Productions for letting me do a channel review for them, and also for everybody in the live chat. And by the way, speaking of the live chat, I'm watching you here on the other monitor. I see we have more super chats, more reviews to do. But also, if you guys can't tell, I'm trying to structure the channel reviews in a way to where we can cut them up for individual channel reviews, repurpose them, and that they can be their own videos on the highlights channel. And then we're going to get the highlights channel to full monetization, and we're going to do that. So again, you can literally watch me work and see what I'm doing here. Let's see. We have some more channel reviews here. We're going to be going through them in order. We have Poverty in Paradise is number 3, but next up is going to be Quilts and Chocolates. Then we have Poverty of Paradise, Debt Free with Natalie, Absolutely Anita, and then we have Geek Media Central, who I think is a returning channel, if I'm not mistaken, along with Poverty to Paradise. We have our good friend Tech King Mike, who's been on a hiatus from YouTube. We have Patton Media 360. So those are going to be our channel reviews. We're going to do them in order here. So thank you to everybody. But real quick, let's check in on the chat and see what you all are saying. And then, oh, we also have another one here, Dyme Witherspoon. Thank you. So yeah, we're going to definitely check out these channels in order. We have more of them. And I also want to make sure that I check out the chat here, keep up with you and everything you guys are saying. Saman says, hi, Roberto, wondering if you could review non-English channels as well. It depends, but I do have a translator here from Google that does allow me to get the English titles for you. So I could do that if you're interested in that. So let me know. And I do work, it depends also. There are some languages that are easier for me to work with than others. I actually work with right now 2 channels that do their content in Brazilian Portuguese. I've worked with a few of those before. We're also working on a potential Roberto in Espanol channel, taking my best content and doing it in Espanol. So I have worked with non-English channels. I'm currently working with 2 French channels right now as well. So it just depends, and it depends on if you can bear with the fact that I'm not a native speaker of your language. I believe I'm also working with a channel that is Arabic right now. But yeah. But good stuff here in the chat. Looks like you guys really dig Lakeside Productions content. Absolutely. Anita says, oh my God, I'm gonna be so embarrassed when I get to meet. No, you've seen the channel reviews. There's no reason to be embarrassed. And I'm again, I make sure that when I do these, again, I always lead with here's what you're doing well. Now let's move to what you're doing better. Now let's move to my best actionable advice for you. So that's what we're gonna be doing. So let me bring up the next channel here. We have Quilts and Chocolates. So that's going to be the next one. On to the next one. On to the next one. Okay. So today we're going to be reviewing Quilts and Chocolates. Thank you for the super chat for this review. Again, we do these on Fridays with the channel reviews. Interesting idea with just having the chocolate as the banner here, and then the quilt as the profile pic. That is a creative choice. I don't know yet if that translates to being effective for the channel, but we'll see. So you have 88 subscribers, 34 views, and then you start out in your about section with yes, indeed, the chocolate lady, cotton fiber quilts, chocolates, and watercolors. This is Quilts and Chocolates, my true love of quilting, making chocolates, and talking about the chase in life for happiness, so on and so forth. So it looks like this is potentially a cozy content channel. Looks like you primarily do live streams, and it looks like during the live streams you are quilting and eating chocolates, which goes hands in hand with the brand. Now, the thing is, I think that if we look at the channel, the big disconnect here is the thumbnails. The thumbnails are not showing us, for the most part, in most cases, quilts and chocolates. And I think if you're going to do a cozy streaming style channel, that this type of thumbnail that shows you in your setup is probably going to be better. Or if it's literally a close up of the quilts that you're working on in some way. The big disconnect here, and it looks like this is more of a hobby channel for you, which is fine. But I would use photo-based thumbnails, not necessarily a frame from the live stream, but maybe do and take some photos um, after or before and use those as the thumbnails. Um, you don't necessarily have to learn graphic design or do text. Again, it seems like this is more of a hobby and expression for you. So the thing is, when it comes to someone doing something that's much more for a hobby and expression, I try to be a little bit more relaxed in my advice, because my deal is I primarily work with and try to give advice for people who want to be full-time content creators. And realistically, I feel that when people are doing more artistic things, more eclectic or esoteric things, it's clear that the main goal for them is passion, not necessarily profit. And so I don't necessarily want to tell you how to build a, let's say, channel that would have a little bit more of like the ruthless goal of making money here, because it's clear that you want to talk to people um and share what you're passionate about and invite other like-minded people to build a community with you. The main thing you would need to focus on in that case is thumbnails that make it much more clear what the expectation is for the video. And I think showing yourself on the thumbnails, your personality, and showing you with the quilting and craft projects will resonate better and will attract the people that you want to build a community with. So I think that for cozy streamer type content that is more focused on the community than on building a company and building a media brand, that it really needs to be these non-cluttered thumbnails. You don't have to make something in Canva or Microsoft or whatever it is this is going with right now. It would be better for you to do photography based thumbnails. I don't think it needs to be a snapshot from the stream, but I think a planned and posed picture that would be more similar to Instagram in terms of aesthetic, and a crafting aesthetic from that Instagram community would be better. And that would be the strongest thing that you should work on, if I'm being honest. From a practicality standpoint, you're a daily streamer. So as a daily streamer, I think that that also is more sustainable to just do those thumbnails that are photography based rather than trying to design something every single day if you don't have a design background. So I would think that just making the most interesting selfie based or photography based thumbnail that you possibly can would be the right direction for content like yours. Even though I say don't necessarily use the frame of a stream, even a frame like this is more interesting and more clickable than this thumbnail. This thumbnail isn't bad, but this one sets the expectations of the video a lot better. So while I don't have a problem with a thumbnail like this per se, I think that a thumbnail that is much more like this, a frame of what you actually are doing and going to be showing in the video, will serve you better and will attract the people that are going to be more interested in coming to your content and returning to your content. For all of you streamers out there, the big key for streaming, you could argue this for every content format, but the big key for streaming is building a community of people who want to come back over and over and will prioritize part of their day around your streams. I also agree with what one of the live chatters here is saying for 4K train videos. One all caps emphasis is one key. I agree, because I do think that the all caps makes it harder to read everything at a glance. I agree with that, especially if you have older audience members. I do think that all caps makes a lot of the title invisible. So I wouldn't be doing all caps like this. Because I do think it makes it too hard to read. So I would emphasize one keyword or two. You may notice I will do things like that. Um, so I think that you could improve the title significantly in that way. In fact, if I were going to improve, and I'm going to do it now, improve the title for this live stream, I'm actually literally just going to change it to channel reviews and real advice for small YouTube channels. And I'm going to put real in all caps. It's only one word, but that word creates emphasis. So I would agree with that. So 4K train videos, good comment in the live chat there. But yeah, that's my advice for you, Quilts and Chocolates. Again, I don't want to be very harsh with this particular one, knowing that this is much, much more of a live streaming cozy content community than it is the goal of let me be a full-time content creator, let me get as many views as possible. Because again, I don't want to change up too many things here because this is more of a reflection of your passion and personality than how I would approach building a media brand. Or if I was trying to have a company that's specifically trying to sell something. So that would be my thoughts. What do you guys think of my review of Quilts and Chocolates? Do you agree? Do you disagree? What would you do differently on this channel? Let me know in the comments. And if you're watching the live stream, let me know in the chat. All right. Thanks so much. Okay, let's go to the chat and see what we have going on. So Quilts and Chocolate says, I like harsh. I want to sell fabric. See you next month with your advice. If your goal is to sell fabric, then specifically, I would frame the videos more around projects and make it very, very clear that these are projects. And then throughout the streams, I'd be encouraging people to do this at home. And I would make sure that the pinned comment in all of my streams is a video link to everything, sorry, a link or a series of links to a shopping list of every single thing they need to buy to do projects like this on their own. And those can either be direct sales links if it's direct sales links, or it could be affiliate links. So if that's the goal, and if that's the true goal, then that's the approach I would use. Also, when you guys submit your channel reviews, it's always helpful if you give me a little bit of background on the channel, or you tell me what the goal is for your channel. You could tell me if the goal is to start a successful business, if the goal is to be a full-time content creator, or if the goal is that you are trying to specifically improve the reach of your content. You can let me know what it is that you're trying to accomplish, and that can give me some context. Good old liquid death. And one of our chatters, Sarah Dawn, thank you, says, Quilts and Chocolates, may I suggest you looking up Connecting Threads? They have an affiliate program that might help you out too. See, that's one of the great things about our community is we have so many people in our chat that can give you great advice, even beyond what I'm giving you that might be specific to your niche, people who might be able to be in the same community or would be fans of your content that can give advice as to what they would like to see from someone like you. So another reason to come to these Friday channel reviews is really for the chat and the community of all the other creators that are helping each other out. Again, shout out to my mods who helped me out, Katie Ukulele, Doug Hewson. I believe we have Technically T. We have Larry from Home Rapid Repair. Thank you to all of the mod squad, and thank you for everything you guys do. Also, we have a couple of Academy members from the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group here in the stream tonight. So again, they're always helping out, helping the community, giving advice where they see it. So we love that. Fashion Trend Style says, hey guys, will these reviews be every Friday? They are, unless I'm traveling or doing like a speaking engagement or Friday falls on like a holiday, or unless I lose my voice somehow. So, which was last week. But we've done The last month, we've done 4 of these now. I think we've been pretty consistent. We just had 1 week, that we took off for my voice. I absolutely don't see a problem with us, being here for next week. So, we should be here next Friday. Yep. Yep. So I think that we're a little caught up on the chat. We have some more reviews to go. So we did Quilts and Chocolates. Next is Poverty to Paradise, who also is in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group. Linnell has been a new Academy member. I think she's been with us a couple of weeks now, maybe 3 weeks. And she actually joined after doing a channel review here. I believe Linnell recently also had a video blow up for her channel. There is a such thing as viral for you content where for you and your channel, it gets more views than you have subscribers by a significant margin. So shout out to Linnell, Poverty to Paradise. And we're going to go ahead and review her channel here in a moment. But also, if you want to learn more about Awesome Creator Academy, check out the pro group, www.awesomecreatoracademy.com/join. We have details and links in the description. So here is Poverty to Paradise. We have Linnell's channel. She's back and still growing. 56,000 subscribers on 158 videos. She's got channel memberships. So she has a thriving community here. And she had a video go viral a couple of weeks ago. And actually a couple of videos that have been popping off, as you can see here, from her most popular videos. And so this content is very unique in its approach, and the fact that Linnell has been, I believe, living on cruise ships in her retirement, is living her best life. And so the this content in itself is really interesting. Even in single servings, people could enjoy it. But also, again, there is a community. A lot of people do come back to the videos, and it just depends on each individual video. While we know that every creator wishes that every video would do well immediately and right out the gate, and that every video would get massive views or at least clear 10K views, something you guys need to know is that more than 80%, I believe the number is closer to 88%. 88% of videos on YouTube, according to Google, 9 to 5 Google, according to 9 to 5 Google, 88% of all videos on YouTube never get 1,000 subscribers. Getting over 1,000 subscribers is a win on YouTube, because if you can get 1,000, sorry, not even 1,000 subscribers, 1,000 views, excuse me. 90% of channels never get to 10,000 subscribers. 88% of videos never get 1,000 views on YouTube. And in America, less than 100,000 people have a silver play button. So, when it comes to YouTube, and in the world, less than a million channels have 100,000 subscribers. So if you can get even 1,000 views on a video, it's pretty much an accomplishment, since 88% of people never do, of the people who try. And then for a channel of this size, I think that the individual views on uploads here are reasonable, especially since these videos are pretty evergreen. So they could get views indefinitely, and some of them could have viral potential or viral for you potential. This one is really powerful. Your best videos are obviously going to be the living on a cruise ship titles, because it's just something so unique and so different that people haven't seen or heard or thought of. And see, this one on exposing the dark side of living on a cruise ship, it wins because of a uniqueness of the living on a cruise ship thing, but also the implied negativity bias, which is in contrast to the life of luxury. So those contrasting elements for that did very well. And then obviously the Carnival Cruise stuff, it's a popular name and brand. The true cost to live full time on cruise ship is an interesting idea to most people because they've never heard of it, never done it. So that was another big video for you. So what I would be doing is I would playing more in your titles. In your titles, I would basically try to work every title into the theme of living on a cruise ship or living full time on a cruise ship in the titles. I would even consider how to rework some of the old titles. Now, not every single video can do that or it'll get stale, but I would do it for the majority of your videos. Because if we even analyze the most popular videos on your channel, I almost guarantee you almost all of them have living on a cruise ship in the title. Yep. Uh, how was I able to predict that? So almost every big video of yours has the title in it, living on a cruise ship. So I would incorporate that more into your titles. And I would also look at videos that you felt should have absolutely did better. I would incorporate that and fix some of those titles if the content is evergreen and if it makes sense. This thumbnail is a big improvement over the previous thumbnail you showed me on the where to buy cheap medicine in Cozumel when on a cruise ship. The thing is, the location, Cozumel is so specific that it limits your potential view ceiling because it's location dependent. So when you make something location dependent, even if it's a destination location, that could sometimes limit your ability to get views on that, but that doesn't make it a bad video. So you guys do need to understand that just because something does get less views doesn't make it a bad video or a bad decision. When your goal is to help people in a video do something specific, you do have to accept that if you make a video to help people with a specific problem, it does end up limiting the reach. Now, technically T is in the chat and he says he has a point here. If the thumbnails could step up, I feel that these videos would do very, very well. He thinks it could do wonders for the video. I agree. And I think that you're getting closer when it comes to things like the cheap meds video, because here's what is good about this thumbnail. I want to compliment this thumbnail in what it does well. The posing is great. The posing is great. Good facial expression, good use of a prop. This text works in this context, and we can see more of the cruise ship. And so that's a really strong thumbnail itself. The concept makes it more limited than the thumbnail in this case. This video about meet the happiest person in the world, that, you know, I would still add to that my life living on a cruise ship as the second part of that title. So I would say meet the happiest person in the world, my life living on a cruise ship, or living my life on a cruise ship full time. And then that would make that title much more interesting, much more compelling. I do think that it was right to have the text, I know something you don't. If you're going to have that in the thumbnail, okay, fine. But I don't think that this picture is the right picture of you for this particular thumbnail, and that would make it stronger. So that's something to consider in terms of how that thumbnail communicates. I still think that for a channel your size, these are strong video views in 3 days. It could be stronger or even been twice as much if it had a stronger thumbnail. For these other thumbnails, again, I think that some of it is a problem of concept. Carnival Dream interior room tour 9,250. That's not really that interesting or gives us context. If you were going to tell us that this is about Carnival Cruise secrets. So first of all, Carnival Dream. No, I need to like Carnival Dream might be the brand. Maybe there's something with that. Maybe that could be at the end of the title. I think that, and I can't be sure about this, but the thing that we know is Carnival Cruise. So I would try to incorporate that more into the title. And then if it's 3 hidden outlets, what do you mean 3 hidden outlets? Do you mean 3 hidden plugs for the room? I don't know if that's the most interesting thing. If you're saying that's 3 hidden shopping outlets, I need more context. This thumbnail isn't terrible, but the title and thumbnail don't communicate what is interesting. Carnival Dream is the ship name for keyword search. Okay. So I would um use Carnival Dream in this one. And then if it's a room tour, um, you know, I would have uh, I would say cruise ship room tour on Carnival Dream. Something to that degree, or it's like I would have something like that in the title that's like Carnival Dream room tour. Okay, so if it's you have to have Carnival Dream for search, put Carnival Dream at the end, and then make it cruise cruise ship room tour. Now, it still needs to be um it still needs the living on a cruise ship title. So it's like so I would probably go with living on a cruise ship Carnival Dream room tour. That would probably be the title. It's a double title, so I would make it living on a cruise ship. Watch this Carnival Dream room tour. Something like that. And then for the thumbnail, no one and the title and thumbnail, no one cares about it being 9250. No one cares about 9250. It doesn't really mean much to the average consumer. So, it would only matter to Katie's point in the chat, it would only matter to someone who's searching for that room specifically. The average person is more interested in living on a cruise ship, exciting Carnival Dream room tour. That would probably be the most interesting title you could make for this. That probably would have changed the amount of views this would get. It still could help this get more views. So that's what my thought would be. Carnival Dream back-to-back cruise process. Cruise process doesn't necessarily mean much to anybody, but what could mean something to somebody is living on a cruise ship, um, switching between Carnival Dream cruises. And then people would care more about that and go, oh, interesting. So, like I said, some of these, it's a matter of the lesson from this channel is that you could have great content that it can get 1 million views, and that the difference is really the packaging and the interesting idea, because the thumbnail for this is not better than all the other ones, and it has almost 2 million views. This is going viral because the idea is more interesting than anything else. And the same thing for the rest of your most popular videos is they're the most popular because they have the strongest and most interesting idea. And that's in spite of the quality of the thumbnails. um, if the thumbnails on a lot of these were any better, a lot of these 100K, 200K, 500K videos could have been 1 million view videos. These all could have done even better with stronger thumbnails. And so that would be the key difference here. In fact, this is a sponsored video from Carnival Cruise Line, but also look at that thumbnail, even though it's sponsored. Look at the quality of that thumbnail's photography. Look at even what the frames are for that. That sells it, right? This is not a perfect thumbnail, but what it does extremely well is give you a sense of the scale and size of the ship and the crystal clear blue water. So look, this one, again, the thumbnail is not great, but again, we see the big, beautiful blue ocean and sky and the size and scale of the boat yet again. Most people in your niche, their thumbnails are not particularly great, which means there's a lot of opportunity to beat the best thumbnails. This is pretty close. This is actually pretty close to a decent thumbnail for this. It does a lot of things right. Again, scope, scale, skyline, beautiful blue ocean, good framing and positioning, very brief text, smart positioning. Same thing for this video. This has a good approach to the thumbnails. The photography is also very well done. This one, not great. This one deserves more bloody views. But the title is not necessarily great, but this thumbnail is fantastic. This thumbnail with your titles would have probably been a 200K video. But it's not hard to have the best thumbnails in your niche, if I'm being honest. But the thing that wins is the best title ideas for this niche, not necessarily the best thumbnail. You could argue that is true in general, by the way. But what makes a good thumbnail is very niche dependent. And so the thing is, your thumbnails are not holding you back as much as they would in other niches, because the standard of quality in thumbnails for your niche is already not particularly high. This should have done better. The problem with this video is the title. This video has clearly, when I click on it or hover on it, the production is perfect. I bet you that there's really good audio cues and things in there, a lot of cutscenes, and that's just on the hover. The thumbnail is perfect. The title is wrong. Cruise vlog is not going to cut it. Now, this also is a smaller channel, so I'm not being harsh on this content creator. I think this is actually probably really good, and I bet you this channel is probably not huge, so the views are probably fine. In fact, actually, yeah, these views are great considering that this is a small channel, but the views are great and the thumbnails are great. If you could, and it looks like they do more than cruising. Looks like there's some more travel here in general. I would also look at the fact of look at where their thumbnails started, and then look at where their thumbnails went. If anything, I would try to get to the standard of these type of thumbnails, but your titles and ideas are very strong. And if you combine them with thumbnails of this quality, I don't see how you could lose. So that would be my thought. And in general, for most of you, the idea will be for most of you is to try to find the people in your niche who have the highest standard that you can find in a category that you may be weak in. It might be thumbnails. It might be production. It might be sound design. Find 2 or 3 channels even. If you want to be crazy, 3 or 5 channels. Find a channel that wins at whatever weakness you have. Usually you should only focus on 1 to 3 weaknesses. Find channels that win at your weaknesses and then use them as a goalpost to measure the standard and the level you want to be at, and then work on those things incrementally over a period of time. What I think will make Linnell's thumbnails better is starting with the base of the photography. I think the photography isn't even that bad. I think it's actually getting stronger over time, and you're learning the concepts of what makes good photos, positioning, posing, props, all those things. I think that inspiration like this other channel could definitely help. And then I think learning a little bit about the photo retouching process of making those photos, drawing the most out of them, then a little bit of work on positioning text and I think you're good. I think that there's room to improve, but I think the improvement is possible. And I think it'll make all the difference in the world for the videos. It could even 10x the views on the videos from what we're seeing, because the good thing is people are interested in the life that you're living. The quality of editing and production doesn't need to go higher for you to get hundreds of thousands of millions of views based on what you've already gotten. So we know that the biggest barrier here is packaging. But the truth is, for a channel your size, you're still doing excellent. Even on the latest video, getting in a few hours, crossing 1.3K views in 3 hours is actually phenomenal. And it's something that is also very specific and is meant to help a specific group of cruisers. So I don't really have an issue here with the way that you're approaching the content itself. So again, great job. What do you guys think of my review of Poverty to Paradise and what Linnell is doing with her cruising content, living on a cruise ship? Do you think the ideas I gave her were good? Do you guys disagree? Do you have ideas for her? Let me know in the comment section. And if you're watching live, thank you for always tuning into the live chat on Friday channel reviews. All right. Speaking of the live chat, let's see. How can I, Geek Media Essential says, how can I find out which channels have strong retention on their videos? By watching content and figuring out when or if you get bored with it yourself and what is turning you off. Because unless people are posting their retention rates, you have no other way to know. Your best guess of people having high retention is people having highly engaged comments in their videos. So I would argue that something has good retention if it has high comments. You could look at comment timestamps with that feature in YouTube and see where people are commenting and you could therefore ascertain retention based on that. Arguably, if you want to know who has good retention, see who's making longer and longer videos, because people don't tend to make longer and longer videos unless they've already gotten good at retention. So if that was your thought process of you want to try to see who in your niche is getting longer retention, look to people who are making longer and longer videos. I'm actually finding out that in not necessarily my exact niche, but in niches that are based on delivering information, I'm finding we have to edit less and less. And so I'm going to go back to putting out more and more content because I'm finding out that in our niche, editing matters less and less and less. And it's presentation and production and personality that matter more and more. So that's the direction I'm going to be heading in with my content in the coming weeks and months. Is I'm just going to put out more content. And after I finish editing the videos that I've been over editing already, I'm going to edit less and I'm going to produce more. So, yeah, that is the key to this. So those are some thoughts for y'all there. It looks like we have some more super chats here. I don't like that transition. Let's go back to the one we had. There we go. So we still have Debt Free with Natalie to review. We have Absolutely Anita, and we have more. And it looks like we have some new super chatters. So it looks like we have Paw Paw returning for another review. DexNotDexter is looking for another review and says struggling with thumbnails. So we'll definitely make sure we get that. Nate the lawyer is back again. Took advice from last time. It really worked. Wanted to show some love and appreciation. Had a red circle around my avatar. It made people think I was live. Changed it and views went up. Excellent, Nate. Appreciate you, man. And let's see. Terry creates Dev Games and JayyRedd Unfiltered. So actually we have quite a few more in. We hit our 15 goal for the super chat goals, which means we opened up a few more slots, and it looks like of the few more slots that opened, from what my mods are telling me, is that it looks like now we have the gates open, so we've got a few more places. This is going to end up being a longer stream. At some point, I might have to go and get another beverage. This is, by the way, this is just liquid death for anybody wondering. Not sponsored. So if this is gonna be a long stream and we're gonna end up doing, um, if we end up doing 20 channels, because it looks like we hit 15. We've done 3 so far, and we have room for more channels. It looks like we're gonna go for a long stream, which is fine. I had a nap today, so we should be okay. The key is we're gonna hydrate to keep my voice. And like I said, we're gonna try and keep them roughly in the 6-minute range. So we're gonna do that. Thank you to the mods for keeping me accountable. Also, shout out to the mods that are gonna be helping with the timestamps. Really appreciate you guys. All right. We are moving on to Debt Free with Natalie for our next channel review here. So we're going to pop that up on the screen. We're going to go to full screen here. So Debt Free with Natalie. I think the title is perfect. I think that that's a strong brand. Let's see. For this particular profile picture, I think that it might be stronger with your glasses, and that might be more, or your glasses or your shades might be more on brand for you. I think even doing something where you look dead at the camera and it's more like this might be more on brand for you. So I think that that could be playful, and I think that could be better. From a thumbnail standpoint, let's see what's working for you and let's see what's not. I love the banner, by the way, the banner and subscribe now, giving a clear call to action. And then I like the about section saying invest in yourself today so you can make a difference for others tomorrow. That is perfect. Love that for you. The views for this video from 5 days ago for a channel your size are tremendous. You got literally 10 times the views that you have subscribers. That's something we definitely want to see. Even 2 days ago, you got 350 views. So you have some content even the last couple of days or weeks that's kind of popping off for you. And that's really strong. The instincts you have about certain aspects of the thumbnails are correct, but there's no consistency in your thumbnails with regard to colors or fonts. So, as per usual, we are going to tell you what fonts to use for your YouTube thumbnails. These are all fonts that are Roberto approved. So you want to use bold versions of these fonts, and we're going to drop them in the chat. So we're going to use Bebes New, Poppins, Oswald, let's see, Compacta, Open Sans. We're going to recommend those. So Bebes New, Poppins, Oswald, Compacta, Open Sans. Yeah, those are 5. And these are your 5 Roberto approved safe fonts that you can use on your YouTube videos, and they will almost always look good. You could also use Futura Bold. I believe all of these fonts that I just gave you are open source and that you can download these from Google Fonts. You could probably download all of these from Google Fonts. I believe that all of them, aside from Compacta, are available in Canva for those of you using Canva. You could probably find these on Google Fonts and also dafont.com, spelled DAFONT.com. And so if you use these, your YouTube your YouTube videos, if you use these fonts, you know that they're safe fonts to use and you know that they will look good, and you will run into much less in terms of problems of whether those look good. So in terms of the fonts you can mix and match, I would only try to use maybe 2 in any given thumbnail. So off to a good start with some of these thumbnails. I do not love the black and white thumbnails as much, but if you're going to use the black and white thumbnails, use bold red text instead of white with red outline or white text. If you're going to use black and white photos, which you could do if you want, 1, turn up the brightness and contrast. bright whites, dark darks. So turn up the brightness and contrast. Looks like you're using Canva, and make the font red. If you can, add a drop shadow, but red on black works extremely well. Red on black works extremely well. In fact, I had a channel that basically uses the most minimalist thumbnails ever. It was a channel I started right before the pandemic and then didn't follow through on because of the whoops that I didn't follow through on because of the pandemic, because the desire I had was to do all the videos as IRL in real life videos, interacting with other people. And the channel did pretty well. 9 videos, 2,000 subscribers, and basically every video had 1,000 or more views on it. And I'm not bringing this up to show off or anything of that pandemic channel that, I basically abandoned, but I'm using this to show you the simplicity of photography and font choice and font rules for your videos and layout with text, just to show you that you can use Canva or something similar to Canva or very simple Photoshop, and that what really matters is photography and then good text typography and layout choice. So it's all about how I arrange the typography in the thumbnail, the fact I'm using smart color choices and minimalism, and that I'm using good font choices. And so it's about the design elements of font design and these text lockups. Notice that I'm matching um, the text lockups, and that even the downward curvature of the R matches and lines up with the H there. Notice that I'm lining the O to the T, that I'm text stacking. Look at how closely I'm aligning the spacing. And so keeping the spacing tight, you should not be able to drive a truck between my lines or my letters. I was a graphic designer. We call this tracking and leading. You guys can just call it line spacing. And I'm using this to illustrate that we could take my approach to thumbnails, apply it to your channel, and we could 10x the views just by doing that. What I do like is I do like this die cut design approach that you're using, because I use something very similar in my current thumbnails quite a bit. And so I do like this. I do like the red, white, and blue motif for you. So I like that, and I also like the black and white, but I would like to see some consistency in themes for videos, and that maybe there is some pattern to I would like to see some pattern to what thumbnails you do based on what topics you do. So that is something I think could be stronger. The other thing is, I do feel like to some degree, some of the photos you're doing are just from cutting frames from the video itself and then putting them into a thumbnail. Remember that my strategy, and I showed this with my own techniques, and I showed this off in last week's workshop Wednesday. We do workshop Wednesdays here, so those live streams are on Wednesdays. Make sure you subscribe with notifications so you don't miss them. But usually Wednesday evenings, maybe around 7 p.m. Eastern, we do workshops. We did a thumbnail workshop, and I showed you something YouTubers never show you. I showed you the photo shoot and the photos I did behind all of my thumbnails, and then I pose and do photo shoots against a clean white backdrop. I showed you what backdrop I bought from Amazon and that you can buy for yourself. It's a white one. I also have a black one. You can get a gray one. I recommend not using a green screen because it'll the color will bleed into the photos. But I use that so that I could cut myself out very cleanly and that I could be very, very well lit so that the base of my thumbnails is good photography. And that's why I even showed you the Real Talk with Roberto channel, because I did something similar 5 years ago for this channel. Is I used a photo shoot, cut myself out of the background, put myself on black, and then I just used really good design choices with the text. And anybody could duplicate this and make their thumbnails better and make their thumbnails clean. And for you, since you're getting such good views already, you could 10x your views with just applying this to thumbnail strategy. So I think for you that this would be incredibly powerful because the content is good, people are resonating with it, and I think that people are fine with sit down videos with you. One of my clients, Steve Ram, coached him during the pandemic. He's killing it. He don't necessarily copy his thumbnail style. He has a very specific thumbnail strategy, but he does sit down videos in his home studio office. And he's been doing this since the pandemic. He cranks out daily content sitting at his desk. Do not think you have to do more than sit at your desk to be a successful YouTuber. There is a benefit to doing IRL content now, but you could sit at your desk every day, make great content, and get views, just like Steve Ram here, who coached with me. I think we did 5 coaching calls together during the pandemic. I think he came to me when he had 5,000 subscribers. I want to say definitely less than 10,000, I think. And he's killing it. And he started with stimulus content. We said you got to expand that and get into helping people understand the intersection of politics and policy and how it affects their wallet, how it affects their money, seniors with their retirements. And then he expanded into somewhat daily political commentary, and it's worked out for him. Again, the money stuff gets him the most views, like the videos on Social Security and whatnot. So you can do a finance debt-based daily commentary instead of and you would be the debt relief version of what Steve is doing. And you could sit at your desk, crank these out. It just needs stronger thumbnails, brand consistency, and something returning viewers can click on. And I think you'll be good to go. So that's my advice for Debt Free with Natalie. What do you all think? Do you think that this was a good critique of her channel? Do you agree with me about how she's doing some great stuff already and attracting an audience? Do you think better thumbnails are the answer here? Because that's what I think. I think the content itself is great. I think the titles are great. I think execute on more of what is resonating with people. I think debt is one of the strongest and most powerful motivators around money right now and financial anxiety. Maybe the title should lean a little bit more into acknowledging that financial anxiety, you know, struggling to build your savings, being crushed by crippling debt. You need to watch this video. See, that's a title. That's a title that's like, oh, that video is for me. So that's the title you want if someone identifies with it. I always tell you guys that I have a strategy we teach in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group called the clicks method. We want to use concise wording in our titles. We want to leverage psychology, and we want to identify with our viewer. We also want to make sure that we are compelling emotion, that we have a strong keyword that resonates with the viewer. It's not about searchable keyword. It's about a word that will trigger them, a word that helps them understand that this is the video that they're meant to watch. And then we like to use status or social proof in a title that can help us. So if you have the ability to leverage something like tax expert reacts in a thing, or doctor reacts, or anything that can convey status or social proof, or if there's social proof in using a large number, like a debt journey, like I paid down 100,000 in credit card debt in 2 years. Oh, that's a title people want to watch, because they're like, oh, if you paid down 100,000 in 2 years, what did I do? Or if you were able to say, I paid down 100K in credit card debt in 2 years with a regular job, people will click on that because, oh, sold. So there's the storytelling aspect. So that's why we use the clicks method, and we try to teach that in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group. It's something I've talked about on my channel where you watch all my free YouTube videos. We've done a workshop Wednesday here on the channel live where we talked about titles and title formulas, and we talked about the clicks method. We talked about better thumbnails using the vibes method. So I think that if you apply those strategies to a channel like this that's around a debt journey, that it's an instant winner and you can attract a much, much larger audience. So those are my thoughts for Debt Free with Natalie. Great name. Love what you're doing. I just think the packaging could be stronger. And I think there's no reason you can't get 10x to 100x the views that you're getting. You're making the right channel at the right time for people's lives and what they're going through. So great job, Natalie. Again, everybody, let me know what you think of this review in the comments. If you're watching live, let me know in the chat. There we go. Speaking of the chat, Yeshua thinks I gave great advice there. Thank you to Katie Ukulele for posting the link to join Awesome Creator Academy. Thank you, Larry, for Home Rapid Repair. Let's see. That exterior shot works well. Yeah. There's a lot that I think can be done there. Let's see. Yeah, we are. If you guys watch very, very carefully, we're dropping actual advice here, not just critiquing, even to the point to where I gave you guys the fonts to use for readable text in your thumbnails to make the fonts and the text readable and stronger. And I gave you even the 5 fonts that you need to use. So we're making this as actionable as possible. For all of you, one of your biggest problems is a lot of you use text on thumbnails incorrectly, and you choose god-awful, horrible fonts that people cannot read, especially not on a smartphone where the thumbnail is smaller. You don't get more actionable than telling you, here are 5 fonts. Just pick from these, only use 2 at a time. I'll take it a step further. Don't put, in most cases, more than 2 words, unless one of them is a stop word like a or the, on a single line in your thumbnails. Your thumbnails, you're not allowed to use more than 3 lines of text on your thumbnails. So 3 lines. Each of those lines is not allowed to use more than 2 words unless one of the words is a stop word like a, the, or. So that is a rule to help you make better thumbnails. These are the fonts to help you make better thumbnails. Try to avoid using more than 2 colors with regard to fonts, and don't use 2 colors or mix colors without a good reason. If you're going to use a mix of colors, use them to emphasize the importance of a specific word, and it should be a trigger word. So an example of this would be if you're going to use the word, if it's going to be, if the title in the thumbnail has something to the degree of pay less taxes, and taxes is the big one word on one line. The word that is in red in that instance is taxes, and then the pay less taxes is obviously in white. So that's going to be your color blocking when it comes to the text. And then obviously you would have pay less all on one line and taxes all on one line. That'd be the correct way to approach something like that. So, like I said, we are giving accurate, actionable advice here for you guys on your channels, not just critique, but more importantly, we're also telling you what you're doing well so that you understand that there is a positive direction that you need to maintain, and you may not need to change everything about what you're doing in your approach. So just wanted to clarify there. Thanks to everybody holding it down in the chat. Looks like we have a few more super chats here. We will definitely add those to the list. Mods are keeping up with everything. I think we're good with that. Doing a little housekeeping. Again, these are the fonts. Make sure you're getting those fonts. And we will definitely work on making sure I keep my voice. And mods, feel free if you know the answers to certain questions, mods. If you know the answers to certain questions, you can feel free to answer them in the chat. You also can feel free to use the information on the Awesome Creator Academy website to answer questions about anything regarding that. So we're moving to our next channel, and I know this creator has a little bit of anxiety about her review, but we also are going to make sure we give her an honest review here. So we're moving on to Absolutely Anita. So today we're looking at Absolutely Anita. Let's find out what your channel is about. Looks like you're most likely going to be a beauty and makeup channel, maybe, potentially. We're going to find out here in a minute. Maybe it's just a vlog. Let's see what you're saying in your about section. So the thing is, at a glance on your channel, it is a little bit harder. Gotta mute these when I do this. It's a little bit harder to get a understanding of exactly what your videos are about by glancing at your YouTube channel homepage. Consider one, making that very clear in the first line of your about section. All of you, make the first line of your about section something short and concise in as few words as possible to tell everyone what your channel is about. What I do like here is I do like some of the approach here to the banner, even though the banner doesn't tell me what the channel is about. I do like the photography, and I appreciate the photography, the lighting and makeup. So the thing is, that's what makes me think this could be a beauty channel right off the bat. With regard to your profile pic here, again, maybe something more expressive would be more interesting here, but it's a good photo over all of you. But for the banner, especially for mobile devices, for most of you, it would be better to make it very clear what your title is about in the banner at a glance for people who come to your channel. And then also the first line of your about section should also make it clear what your channel is about. So that's something to keep in mind. Organize your channel homepage in the customization tool in YouTube and put descriptions and titles for playlist and organize playlists in a way to help people navigate the channel and where they should start watching and to get a sense of what your channel is about. And that would be much, much more helpful for people. This seems to have a variety of content. I thought it was a beauty channel because it leads with beauty tips and tricks, but then it has this thing on toxic relationships, 49 and thriving. Would have never guessed you were 39. Again, see, that's maybe why the beauty tips. Would have never guessed that. Would have put you 10 years younger, right? So the thing about this is that there's not clarity to what the channel is about. It's a little bit confusing. Maybe you're trying to do a variety channel. I don't necessarily recommend a variety channel unless you're still in the finding your voice, finding your rhythm stage of YouTube and figuring out what you want to make. A good indicator for a lot of you, though, is do you have videos that have more views than you even have subscribers? If so, maybe lean into that more. So you have 400 subscribers, 169 videos, actually pretty solid, especially since you did some YouTube shorts. Here's what I would say. Red flags and green flags did very well for you, and red flags and toxic relationship was your strongest video. You may have needed to make that video, put that video out for yourself. So maybe you are past that and maybe that's not what you want to do. Maybe it's not that you end up making relationship videos. You have a few of those that are performing, but then you have other things that are performing. What I would argue is what matters more and what matters the most to you and what is the highest value you can create for people. What is the highest value you can create for people? Even consider what's the best version of yourself that you could be by making a channel. And so for everything that you're interested in, because I know there are a lot of multi-hyphenate, very passionate people out there, it's okay to keep making videos and making random videos for a period of time in your YouTube career. Even I had to do that to some degree. And the thing is, if you're a new creator, in fact, how long 169 videos, how long have you been creating? Again, some of those are short, so we're not going to go fully off the count there. Okay, so your oldest content is basically 3 months old. You have permission to have 9 more months. You have a whole year of an experimental phase of YouTube to make whatever, because you, by your own admission, are still finding your rhythm, and you're trying to find your voice, and you're trying to find what you want to express, what you want to say, and what people would resonate with. So anyone who needs it has my permission to make 100 long form videos to find their voice. That's why I made a video to encourage that a while ago, about maybe 4 years ago, called, maybe 5 years ago now, called Make 100 Crappy Videos. And the reason I made that video is because most of you don't realize that Mr. Beast made 100 videos and didn't even get 1,000 subscribers. He got 780 subscribers. He's the biggest YouTuber now, 300 million subs, for you, those who don't know who he is. Marques Brownlee, basically the largest tech creator in YouTube, has like 20 million subscribers. This kid started with 100 videos and only got 78 subscribers. He got kicked out of the YouTube Partner Program 3 times, and he didn't quit. And he has 20 million subscribers today. PewDiePie, former biggest YouTuber in the world, 100 million subscribers, biggest solo content creator. He only got 2,500 subscribers off of his first 100 videos. Most people, even the biggest YouTubers, never did well with their first 100 videos. Most of them never blew up in their first year. Mr. Beast would have had to wait like 3 years to get into the YouTube Partner Program. So what I'm saying by saying all of that is not just to give you a history lesson of YouTube. It's to encourage you and to remind you that it can take a while to find your voice. And 100 videos that are long form videos is a good place to start, or a year on YouTube of making weekly videos 1 to 2 times a week is a good place to start. Anita, you've only been making videos as far as long form edited videos for 3 months. You got at least one of your videos to almost 2,000 views. You've been able to get more views than you have subscribers before. Even in the last 9 days, you were able to accomplish that with a new video. So you have nothing to feel bad about or be ashamed about when it comes to being a small YouTuber at all. In fact, no small YouTuber should be ashamed. One of the things I think you are doing well is I think that your thumbnails are actually fairly good. There's obvious room for improvement. I'm not going to give these a 5 out of 5 because they're not a 5 out of 5, but they are about a 3 out of 5 in terms of some of the things they do right. The fact that you're posing, you have a sense of creating storytelling in the thumbnail, you have a sense of having physical storytelling, props, facial expression. There's a lot that you do right. Your font choice at least is good. There's some elements there of thinking, design thinking happening. It's not perfect. There's room to improve, but some of these are a 3 out of 5 in terms of the thumbnails, and they're working. They don't always have to be perfect. We've seen 2 out of 5 thumbnails get 1 million views before. It's just that if you can make a better thumbnail, making a better thumbnail is always great. You at least also understand aspects of what photography makes for a good thumbnail. And you understand the concept of lighting, facial expression, makeup, those things. So there are good things here that you are doing that I want to encourage as a small YouTuber. But it's also okay if you don't know what you should be making yet. And I'm okay with giving you 9 months to figure out what you should do, or to at least get more data on what your audience will respond to. Because I think it's okay to find your voice and find what you like making and what you can keep making as a small YouTuber. I also think that first year of YouTube, sometimes you need to just make videos you're passionate about to get it over your system and get over it, so you can even figure out if you like making videos, or if you like being vulnerable on camera, or if you want to move on past that raw, rough patch of your life where you felt you needed to be supported, and then you want to move on to something else. So I think that that's okay when it comes to it. Now, with this channel, the reason I said 169 videos is because that's what it says here in YouTube. I don't know if people are seeing something different. But you also made some YouTube shorts. And I think that, it's okay to also use different formats in YouTube, not just long form. You have some YouTube shorts that have done well here that also are bringing people to you. You've got 2,000 views on one of your YouTube shorts. You've got a couple of YouTube shorts that have more views than you have subscribers. So, like I said, it's okay if you're trying to find your rhythm and find your voice here, and if you're exploring what you want to make, because you're also in a stage in your life where you are rediscovering who you might be. I do that every decade. So, you know, um, 40-year-old Roberto is not 30-year-old Roberto. I think you guys have seen me mellow out, yell a lot less. So, um, you know, I think that you guys have been with me on several villain arcs at this point. So if you're trying to figure out what you're doing with yourself and who you are, exploring that on YouTube can be strong. It definitely helped me become more confident. So my advice to you is to keep posting, work on the skill aspects of making stronger thumbnails so that whatever you do make has good packaging. Continue to delve into lighting. You have a good sense of that probably from the beauty background side of things, and the photography aspect of your thumbnails still has some good strengths behind it. Learn more about typography though. Learn more about typography and typesetting and a little bit of graphic design so that when you use text in your thumbnails, it's stronger. When you use objects in your thumbnails, it can be stronger. That will help you. There's not a downside to learning that skill. So that would be my advice for you. Absolutely, Anita. And I hope that you do stick with this and find your voice. I hope you find what it is you want to make on YouTube, because again, I know it's hard for a multi-passionate creator to lock in, niche down, and focus. My advice for those who struggle with focusing and on what you want to make is to consider the balance of what we talk about with Ikigai, which is from Japanese philosophy, comes down to purpose in life, reason for being. Look at the things you're passionate about, but look at what you're good at. And look at what not you wish you were good at, but what you actually are good at, and the things people compliment you on being genuinely good at. Look at what you can do that benefits others. Look at what serves a community of people you actually want to be around and be a part of, people you'd like to show up for. And then look at whether or not people do something like that and what their business model is and how it makes money. Your niche is not a prison and it's not a topic. Your niche is the community of people that you want to show up for, like-minded people who share your interest and like-hearted people that share your values and your beliefs. That is who you make content for. People who share your interest, who are passionate about the same things as you, but have your values set and are passionate about it in the same way as you. Then you find out who serves those people and how do they make their money. And then you also look at what skills create a gap where you can add value to those people and you develop those skills. This is how you find your niche. This is how you properly niche down. And this is why a niche is not a prison. It's a community. So when you're thinking of my niche, think my people. That's how you're going to succeed. In the meantime, while you're trying to find your voice and find your people and how to attract your tribe, experiment. Figure out what you like to make. Figure out if you even like making things, and figure out the way you like making them. And then you will gain some clarity. Once you experiment, you might get some things out of your system and say that you moved on from that phase and that you are satisfied with expressing that and now making something else. But that's my review for Absolutely Anita. That's my advice to her and to any of you watching who struggle with sorting yourself out and finding your rhythm. What do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you have a different set of advice? Let me know in the comments and in the live chat if you're watching live. So Anita, hopefully, you know, that helped you out. But let's yeah, I want to look at the chat a little bit and catch up with you guys. Absolutely Anita says, yes, I'm still finding my rhythm, and yes, I'm still finding me. Absolutely. I mean, that's something that is a real thing for a lot of us. And I do think that there's some value to that. I figured out more of what I want to, express and what I wanted to talk about by making YouTube content. And I became a lot more confident. And I'm known for being a public speaker. A lot I'm known for being a public speaker. I've spoken on at over 100 events in the last 10, 12 years, right? I'm known for it. I hated public speaking in high school. I was intimidated by public speaking and I was not confident in it. And I was always like afraid of being called out, teased, picked on if I said something wrong or tripped over my words or whatever. And I also developed much more introversion and shyness because I was picked on and bullied in seventh grade for a performance in a talent show. I was a little bit more extroverted back then before that. So I hated public performing and public speaking. I'm now known as a public speaker. That happened because I dared to get on YouTube and to express myself and then to develop some confidence and gain support for expressing myself, articulating my ideas. If you watch my earliest YouTube videos, I was bad at YouTube in my earliest YouTube videos. I wasn't a good YouTuber. I was not nearly as good on camera. I had all the charisma and grace of a sack of carrots. It wasn't good. It was bad. So I leave those embarrassing old YouTube videos from 2009 up because none of you will ever make as bad of a YouTube video as me. I don't know that's actually possible. So I think that a lot of you should take that as some kind of inspiration. Back in the oldest days of my YouTube channel, I made videos with a Sony HD Webby camcorder, one of the first flip cams on YouTube. That was my camera to make video content. In fact, my first content was about this camera. Most of you know, I started in the camera and creative niche helping freelancers. So I was in the tech and tutorial niche. I was in the tech and tutorial niche, hardware and software tutorials for all of you. So it was camera gear, which I still nerd about. Ironically, again, Sony, and I'm a Sony shooter today, almost exclusively. So I was doing camera reviews and software reviews and tutorials. And that was my content all the way to 100,000 subscribers. And then the pivot to some variety and then to focusing on content creators instead of freelancers primarily. And so skills are overlapped by 80% anyway. And now freelancers are all content creators. So it worked. My point is my videos were bad in terms of my on-camera presence and ability. And I had to find my confidence, find my rhythm, find my voice. YouTube gave me the opportunity to do that and to feel a sense of confidence, community, and support. And it brought me out of that shell and made me more of myself. And as a result, I was able to find the support and confidence to go on stage in front of professionals who paid to be in a room. My public speaking career started with paid public speaking instead of free public speaking. So I was really pressured and I was really nervous and scared. I almost threw up the first time and the second time, probably the third time. But because I kept showing up on YouTube and I kept going, and then I started doing the same thing with the speaking engagements. And I started thinking a lot more about how can I provide value to the audience than how can I get over being nervous. It naturally happened because I made the audience getting value from my presentation much more important than me being embarrassed or messing up. And that was ultimately one of my most important secrets of success is if I create value for others, I can get over my own insecurities. If helping people becomes more important to me than my own insecurities, then I can make that the priority. If other people and the value of others becomes the priority, my insecurities disappear. So that's what I learned about confidence is one of the best ways to become confident is to become very emotionally invested in delivering for other people. And then it's more important for me to do a good job than to get over being nervous. It's more important for me to do a good job because it matters to the person who showed up for me that I give them my best, that will turn me into my best self right then and there. I won't have to worry about getting over anything. So that was the secret I found to confidence in public speaking, delivering on camera, being more natural, being more authentic, being more confident. And it largely came from the fact that I kept going. I kept going. For some of you, that will be 100 videos in a year. For some of you, that will be 200 videos in a year. Some of you are naturally gifted, unlike me, and won't have to work at it. I had to work at it. I'm not a naturally gifted public speaker because if you watch my earliest YouTube videos, it is obvious that I'm not a naturally gifted public speaker. Maybe I had the latent potential of one, but I had to work to unlock that skill and largely had to work on the confidence and self-esteem to be the best public speaker I could be. And now it's something I'm known for. I'm not telling you that story to brag. I'm telling you that because there's someone right now in this audience that needed to hear that and needed to know that deep down, they have what it takes to be confident on camera. They just have to keep up and get through sucking at first and realize, like my friend Sean says, that their first videos will be the worst videos they ever make, just like every other YouTuber. And that's how you're going to unlock your confidence is you got to keep showing up for people. And if you make content for people you're excited to show up about, being excited to show up for people will overwhelm the anxiety of how you might come off. So that would be my advice there. So hopefully that helps out somebody watching right now in the audience. You know, I know that that feels like, okay, Roberto, get back to the bloody channel reviews, but I really feel there's somebody out there who desperately needs that message and that it would be helpful to. So I wanted to just put that out there. And again, hopefully it helps. And yes, the phrase is ikigai, by the way, that I just threw out there. So yeah. But again, on with the show, back to the channel reviews. Let's see. Yep, absolutely. Doug, I think I need to pin your comment that the channel reviews are closed so that people know. Let's see here. Thank you to all the mods. Really appreciate you guys. Let's see. Replace pinned message. Yep. So we're making Doug's comment the pinned comment. Shout out to the mods. You know, if you guys ever want to support the mods, I think all of them have buy me a coffee links. But shout out to the mod squad. We got Doug Hewson, Pizzle's Tech Time, Katie Ukulele, Larry from Home Rapid Repair. We got a great community. Really appreciate you guys holding down the chat, engaging, answering questions, keeping me accountable, and reminding me that we still have a ton of channel reviews. And for everybody who went past us having 20 so let's see here. We have Geek Media Central next. I know you've been waiting patiently. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get your channel up. Going to full screen here. So Geek Media Central, great banner. Love that. Good color scheme. Good use of text. We'll work on almost all devices, so we like that. 1,000 subscribers, 100 videos, probably a couple shorts in there. Provide educational, entertaining videos for looter shooters. Okay, so you got a value proposition right there in the about section. Again, your most popular videos we've seen before. I think you're a returning channel review here. I remember that. And it looks like, from my point of view, the views are doing excellent. By the way, if you guys want to know what good thumbnails can look like, again, this one's a little on the cluttered side. But if you want to know what good gaming thumbnails look like, these are some pretty decent gaming thumbnails in a lot of cases. And if you want to see what a channel overperforming looks like, look at the most popular videos from Geek Media Central. This is a channel with 1,000 subscribers. Look at some of the views on these videos. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but in some of these, I think you were early to these topics, probably, regarding some updates or something in the game Destiny 2. So I worked with quite a few gaming channels. And one of the things I can tell you is that when you can be early to a video or a skin update or a mod, it makes a huge difference. But another thing that works and will work for a channel like yours is when you make videos, and this one is good. This one, you have 1,000 subscribers. In 2 days, you got 300 views. This is a good video. These are good views. Again, don't ever live in the shadow of your most viral video and expect that to be your new normal. It doesn't tend to work that way. But these are good, solid views that you're getting on these videos, given your size. Again, the fighting game videos didn't work out nearly as much, so we're back to shooters, which is good. Again, stick to what works. When it comes to these games and things like Warframe, I think that right now, because you're doing Destiny 2, and I think you're doing this again, you really want to, I think you need to focus right now. You can make some Destiny 2 content. I think that your most views lie in approaching Warframe, and I think that the best strategy is to make videos for new and potentially future returning players in the game Warframe. I feel like you want to be a variety channel. Here's my point of view. I think you need to limit yourself to 3 shooters that are working for you, maybe even 2. And it looks like the best thing for you is to only make Destiny 2 and Warframe videos. And then save room for a 3rd game that will be a new game that these players like or switch up on. Like if there's ever a Helldivers 3, maybe. Here's why. And I'm going to tell you this because this, I don't have commentary on his thumbnail, so we have to go to a content strategy because his thumbnails are great, in my opinion. They do a lot well. Here is where some of my expertise is going to come in. There is a channel I've worked with, and he's a Clash Royale player. Obdude. So the thing with Obdude and the strategy that we developed together was he needed to switch his games because Clash Mini was the game he was focused on, and it basically didn't release. So he was making Clash Mini content, and Supercell didn't end up taking the game global. He was early to the beta. They even made him a super creator in their program. And, you know, he was doing really good as a small channel. This is back when he had 4,000 subscribers, right? So I end up coaching Obdude when he has 4,000 subscribers. He's switching over from Clash Mini. He moves to Clash Royale because it's the most similar game and it's a popular game in the Supercell mobile gaming ecosystem. The reason this worked is because by making these in a nutshell videos, new and returning players can always watch these videos and they're evergreen videos. And so he kept going with them. Then he figured out that there's a mega video that he could make that would do really well, and it's this every win condition in Clash Royale. And so I advise them to make an everything video or explaining everything video at least once a month as a big video, but to pursue this series of making evergreen content around the In a Nutshell series and make that his primary video content. He and I also developed a listicle style video around the 37 shocking Clash Royale secrets. And the reason I'm bringing this up, and then here's that explaining every spell in Clash Royale, 369 views. And the reason I bring this up is because this can be applied to almost any gaming content creator in a way, because you could do something in your game of choice, or I would limit yourself to 2 games, maybe 3, but not more than that. If you want to do more variety, you get bored, you like games a lot, stream on Twitch for that. Stream on Twitch as a variety channel on Twitch, be a focused channel on YouTube. I would make evergreen content that really explores what people care about and want to know when it comes to Destiny 2 and Warframe. I would, if I was doing your content, I would be focused on games that have radically obsessed fan bases. And I'm talking the kind of people that I know will spend 10,000 hours in their lifetime playing the game. So I would make content for radically obsessed fans. Terminally online, obsessed fan bases are a gold mine for YouTube creators, especially in gaming. And then I would make evergreen content that could get views no matter when they watch this, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years from now. And that would make sense for new and returning players to watch. And I would do it with these great thumbnails that you're capable of. And that would be my strategy. Ideally, in my world, you would focus on one game. You would pick one and you'd stick with it and you would ride that ship and you would master making content around one game. And then if you're like, oh, but I like another game and I want to get views, you'd be able to take all the lessons and the non-contaminated data from one gaming channel and spin up a second gaming channel on another game with absolute focus using the lessons learned. Because as long as you keep cross-contaminating a channel by focusing on 2 games, 3 games, 5 games, it will be very, very, very hard to get clean information on what's working. And it already is a struggle bus for YouTube to know what the audience actually is and what they care about. It's not impossible, but you're making it harder than it needs to be. So I would pick what I think has the most obsessed fan base, the highest viewing potential, maybe even is the thing that I compete the best in, or am the best at or more passionate about. That would be my strategy. I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm not telling you that's the right thing. I'm telling you the reasons that I'm using for the strategy that I would focus on. And you're saying Marvel Rivals isn't technically a shooter, but since it's huge, do you recommend I make content for that game? Here's what I would do. I would make a separate channel just for Marvel Rivals. I'd make a separate channel just for Marvel Rivals. Make thumbnails of the quality that you make for Warframe and Destiny, because I think they would be competitive thumbnails when it comes to Marvel Rivals, and I don't think people do as well as you. I would use the knowledge that you have from overperforming with these type of YouTube videos and make that for Marvel Rivals while it's new and while there aren't big content creators in that space yet. And I would strive in the Marvel Rivals channel to make one of the strongest and biggest, best Marvel Rivals and Marvel Rivals community channels that exist in the entire YouTube ecosystem. The game is not even 6 months old. You have the opportunity to go there, and most of the people making content on it and dedicated channels for it are new content creators. I would go into the Marvel Rivals community with your ability to make high quality videos, high quality thumbnails that get views. And I would go in there and I would dominate all the noobs that are new to YouTube making Marvel's Rivals content and thinking they're going to win because they're early. So I would go in there with your skills and I would go in there and destroy the competition ruthlessly with a dedicated channel to Marvel Rivals. But that's ruthless Roberto talking here. You know, that's Emperor Roberto talking. Is do what is necessary. Geek Media Center. Spare no one. Show absolutely no mercy and crush all of your rivals. So yeah, that's the voice of Emperor Palpatine if everyone couldn't get that. So I would go in there and I would absolutely go in there and dunk on the scrubs by making better content than them. Absolutely. You are a noob, but you're not a scrub. You're a new small YouTuber, but you're not a scrub. You're not scrub tier. You actually are pretty elite, my friend. So you aren't you might be a noob, but you're not a scrub. So the thing is, you go and you dunk on scrub noobs. You know, I'm with the gaming lingo. I'm an OG Counter-Strike player from the 90s, my friend. I'm a Counter-Strike player from the 90s. Okay. So that's the thing that I would do in this situation is yeah, I'd make that other channel. But for this channel, I think you could still make Destiny and Warframe content, but my strategy would be to focus on how to make sure that I'm focused on the onboarding of new and returning players. And my strategy when it comes to gaming channels, unless you're just wanting to make a channel because you're either passionate at a game or good at a game, my strategy for gaming channels is to target obsessed fan bases where I know the average player is going to spend 1,000 hours a year playing the game. Like that's a strategy you've probably never heard anyone in YouTube strategy ever bring up is if somebody is going to make a gaming channel, I would target players that I know will spend 1,000 hours a year on a game. Unless I'm passionate about a game myself or there's another reason to, I would exclusively be targeting people that I know will spend 1,000 hours a year on the game. And then in other things like franchises, I would target people that I know will spend 100 hours a year or 1,000 hours in their life on a franchise like Harry Potter. So like I would, Harry Potter has an obsessed fan base, so I would go with that. Game of Thrones, obsessed fan base. Pokemon, obsessed fan base, multi-generational families of fan base. Lord of the Rings with Tolkien. So like in general, when it comes to entertainment content, for entertainment content, I actually like to lean into the idea of finding borderline insane obsessed fans and then finding a way to cater to their every whim with the angle and positioning I choose for the content. So that's my thought process around that. But what do you think of my advice for Geek Media Central? Do you like the idea of my approach to doing the multi-streaming on Twitch and then focus when it comes to YouTube, making individual channels and taking his advanced skills? Since he may be a noob but not a scrub, he's actually a very high level YouTube rookie. He's an all-star rookie and going in to a new game where most of the creators are not able to compete with him on the quality of his thumbnails and the quality of his edits. Let me know what you think about this idea in the comments and this idea around finding obsessed fan bases. I would love to know your thoughts. All right, so we have a question here. Tech King Mike says, how do you define niche down when your channel was started on product reviews and no longer sure if that's what you want to do? So, Mike, I don't know if you were here when I was saying it, but a niche is not a prison. A niche is a community of people that you're excited to show up for. So my question, Mike, and we will be getting to your channel soon, is are you still passionate about showing up for the tech community? Are you still passionate about talking to people and excited to talk to people about the latest tech products and gadgets? Is that something that you want to do? Speaking of which, you know what? I'm actually excited about tech again. I'm excited again about camera tech, but it's because of camera tech accessories, not because of any new cameras that came out. I'm actually more excited about tech than I've ever been because of the DJI Mic Minis and just how high quality the DJI Mic Minis and the DJI Mic version 2s are. Whoops. I'll get that later. But yeah, the DJI Mic Minis and the DJI Mic version 2s are so good that they've made me really interested in the tech around video production again. Same thing for my Elgato prompter here that's letting me make eye contact with y'all when I'm on the bloody screen. And even my second mobile monitor, my $60 second mobile monitor, lets me see the comments in the chat here as a vertical screen right behind my mic, but in front of the second camera. Like, I'm more excited about tech than ever. In fact, I went out and I bought the new DJI Action Pro 5 because I'm going to be public speaking again. Pandemic's over. Public speaking again. I want to actually make some vlog-like content to post up on the other channel and to do short form for my YouTube short strategy of up to 3-minute shorts and my Instagram strategy of finally doing daily Instagram stories and, if I can, daily Instagram reels aside from my podcast interviews. So for me, I bought some tech so that I can make a video for you guys on how to make videos with your smartphone and showing you guys the ultimate accessory setup to make perfect YouTube videos with your smartphone, how to make cinematic videos with your smartphone. I have the new DJI Neo drone, $200, best drone ever for most of you, most affordable drone ever for everybody. How to put together the ultimate vlogging kit. I have about roughly 10 budget tech video ideas that I'm actually excited about for a change. And so I want to bring Tech Tuesday or something back to the channel because I have tech I'm actually excited to talk to people about and geek out with people about. And it's not going to require me to go out and buy the latest $2,000 camera from Sony. So I'm finally excited that there are great budget tech options for people, and I can recommend something that's less than $200 that drastically improves your abilities as a YouTube content creator. We haven't had great budget YouTube gear in a while that actually is worth buying, and we finally do. So I'm excited to talk about it. What mic are you, Mike? What are you as Tech King Mike actually excited about, and who are you excited to talk to? That tells you what your niche is. That tells you where you should be. That tells you who you should build a community with. And the thing is, if you felt some kind of way about tech, who was making you feel that kind of way? Great. What can you do to make sure you don't attract those people and you attract different people? That's what you need to be thinking about. And that's a lesson for a lot of you. That's a lesson for a lot of you. But we're going to get to Tech King Mike as he is the next channel review. But that is an important lesson. And I do think that for a lot of you, it is probably the important lesson. All right, Mike, I have the answer. We're going to review your channel here, and I will reveal my answer for you about this because you're saying, Roberto, I still very much feel like I've gotten stuck thinking I offer nothing without a product in hand. And I understand there's a cost barrier to entry to making content in the tech niche, or making a skit about something when I generally just want to talk sometimes daily about tech. I have the answer for you, Mike. And the problem isn't your niche. The problem is your format and the style of video that you think you need to make to fit in instead of the video that you need to make, the type of content you need to make to stand out in the tech community. A lot of you, your problem is you're making content to fit in with the YouTube community instead of the content that will stand out in the YouTube community. And that's your problem. We'll get to that in a minute. Oh, I'm going to need another drink here in a minute. All right. So let's get to our good friend, Mr. Tech King Mike. All right, Tech King Mike, unboxings, reviews, and more. Okay, so that part of the banner, as far as unboxing, reviews, and more, is probably what's going to end up changing. I do like what we have here, but since you're Tech King Mike, go ahead and put on your crown, sir. Put a crown on that avatar, and we're good to go. Mr. Tech King Mike. So you have videos here. You haven't uploaded in 5 months like we talked about. There's a hiatus there. You've got your past live streams. You got, our good friends from the YouTube community that you want to feature. So here's what I would say. We don't really need to be beholden to the past and what has worked for you in the past, even though it is impressive. Look at these views. You did great when it came to offering value. I remember your videos very fondly. And for the era that you were in, you were making good videos comparably to the others in your niche. However, I could see how this could be a problem as it gets expensive to buy product over and over and over. And even though you were getting views, you weren't necessarily getting the kind of views that make the finances around doing product reviews viable. So I can understand that. And there are a lot of hangups in the tech niche about how people make their content. Mike, you are very charismatic. You are very articulate when you come into coffee talks. I remember the Friday night tech fight debates. I don't know that you have to go back to that format. I actually have something else in mind for you. Mike, I think that you need to make a tech news show that also has comedy elements. Now, I know our good friend John Prosser from Front Page Tech has a tech news show with jokes. I think that you do very well in a live format. I also think that you bring a lot to the table, and I also think you can do well in a recorded format. I think that Tech King Mike, I want to know, are you familiar with the content creator Anton Daniels? I know we bring him up in streams, but hear me out. Even though he makes completely different content than you, the format that he's using will apply to you and could be excellent for all the aspects of your personality. Because what I would say is this, Tech King Mike, I think you could do the tech community a service by giving them a daily morning show that they can be a part of live and where you can respond to them and to where you can react to different product releases coming out and talk and speculate with the people who want to talk about tech. That doesn't require you to have a product in hand, and you have value to offer in terms of commentary and community and bringing people together and letting them talk in the chat and you reacting with them and letting people have a place to talk about tech. The difference is if someone watches Front Page Tech, they can only comment on the stories after the fact. There's not a live chat element to it. There's not that community element to it. It's just people going back and forth in the comments. There's not a live chat session. So become the show for people like, Tech King Mike hosting your tech morning show is a winner. That's absolutely something people would care about. You say you want to talk to the camera like you talk to your lady or your closest friends and family. That's called being a morning show host, my friend. That is called putting on the great tech news show. So here's the thing. If you can't do it in the day because of your work schedule, it's like you could be, the night show. Tech King Mike After Hours, my friend. Your Tech King Mike After Hours tech show. So again, you could be Monday through Friday, our after hours tech show. So that's something that a lot of us would love to tune into. You get the after work crowd of the 9 to 5ers on your channel, Mike. So you would have the regular people who are tech enthusiasts for an after hours show. You clearly, even with your subscribers and everything back in the day, were able to pull a live audience. So you had people who would show up. And the thing is, instead of the Saturday night tech fights, you'd have people showing up for a tech nightly news show that lets them see and recap what's going on in the tech community, what's going on with tech product releases across multiple categories, and lets them play catch up and gives them a place where they can vent, be validated, and where they can also verify what's new when it comes to tech. So I don't really see a downside when it comes to doing an evening tech show like this Monday through Friday, as long as you've got the energy and stamina for it. So that would be great. Now, Katie is bringing up something from my favorite, a show called Community. And there was a Troy and Abed in the morning. So yeah, like Troy and Abed had a morning show in the show Community, but sometimes they do it at late night. And so their intro for their show, Troy and Abed in the morning. And then sometimes it was in the evening. So it was Troy and Abed in the morning nights for the night show. So you could just be Night Shift Mike. You could be the tech community's favorite evening tech program, and that would give you a really solid way to do that. Now, the other thing you can do is borrow a little bit from Anton Daniels and Piers Morgan, and on occasion assemble, maybe if it's on the weekend, assemble a panel every week to talk and debate the latest tech topics. And that one can be a weekly that people tune in and you pull up 3 or 5 things for them to talk about or debate about. It doesn't have to be a debate format, but it's an open conversation format where you invite a couple of people to be on the panel and to hash out what they think about tech. Similar to what you did with Friday Night Tech Fights, except it's more of an open format and not something that requires like a formal point system or anything like that. So for you, you would benefit from that because now you're not having this editing burden aside from clipping stuff, what you could use Opus Clip for. You use my link for Opus Clip for a free trial of that. Definitely use my affiliate link, but you could use that to clip up segments from the panels, the after hours panels, when you have people on. The panels could be a weekly or twice a week thing of getting people together to talk about tech news, but mostly you could do a solo show in the evening so you can get your point of view out, talk to your people, talk to the chat. You'd get the super chats in. It makes perfect sense for you, and it eliminates the biggest problem you have with a demanding job, the time and friction of filming and editing content. So for you, it makes perfect sense to go to an evening show format and also incorporate a panel of your friends from the tech community. And people would love it. Would you recommend live every time? I could also pre-record. I would recommend most of it be live, honestly, because that also intrigues people and you could get people to a point to where they're scheduling their life around your streams, which gives you a good returning viewer base. And live also eliminates the pressure and friction of editing and making mistakes. And live also guarantees you keep the commitment. I found that for me, that's why during the pandemic, I ended up not making videos. I ended up live streaming because it was the easiest way to keep a commitment. So I would recommend that all of your stuff, maybe it's the Tech and Chill show. Maybe it's the Tech and Chill show. I don't know. Hosted by Tech King Mike. Tech and Chill, hosted by Tech King Mike, Monday through Fridays. Has a nice ring to it. So I think that not recording and not editing eliminates the biggest barriers that you have. The chat is loving it and feels like there's a demand for this. I think adding the panel would give some more points of view and also gives you a good framework and system for the content not getting stale for you or for the viewers, of knowing there will be the chaos of a panel every now and again. And again, with you working 7 to 4, doing a nightly show lets you come home, get some rest, spend some time with the family, and then just go and do a show for an hour or two. And then you're also able to get clips from that. The clips then become the regular video content, the VODs posted here. And then you win on all fronts. So I like the idea of you doing a live Monday through Friday show. And the other thing is, with your time constraints, if you ever do want to record something, record it on your day off. So that would be my advice for you, my friend. And what do you all think of my advice for Tech King Mike? Do you think, given some of the issues with having physical product and the fact that that's, cost prohibitive, time prohibitive, the fact that he works 7 to 4, do you think that moving to the live nightly show format is the right move? What do you think of my idea of adding a live panel of people from the tech community to that, and making it a real event for the community and the audience, and them scheduling part of their life and their evening around tuning into this content? What are your thoughts on the strategy? Let me know in the comment section. If you're watching live on the Friday night channel reviews, let me know in the chat. So Mike is saying, I love it. Never thought about just streaming every day, gathering articles and things to discuss tech-wise. Yeah. Dude, we are living in the greatest age of YouTube reaction content, podcast content, live stream content. I'll give you another tip on this, Mike. This show also can be put into YouTube podcast by you literally checking a box, and you can strip out the audio if you're doing it with StreamYard. Use my affiliate link and use StreamYard. Strip out the audio, post the audio to Spotify for free. Actually, you could just download the whole video from StreamYard, take it, upload it to Spotify, get yourself in the Spotify creator program, get monetized, and have a video and audio podcast in Spotify for the Tech King Mike Show, or whatever you're going to call it. Hey, welcome to the Tech King Mike Show. Come here for Tech and Chill every night at 8 p.m. Boom. You have something like that. You could literally then have YouTube monetization, Spotify monetization, have an audio podcast program that attracts people, have the link to your YouTube channel and all of the podcast audio links in the show notes that are distributed across all of the ecosystem, Spotify, Apple, all of it, because Spotify distributes and hosts for free like YouTube. Check the box for YouTube podcasts for it to show up in YouTube Music. And so now you have a way to grow a larger audience for the Tech King Mike Show. And now you have a way to easily farm content, because now all you do is clip videos and segments from the Tech King Mike Show and from the panel debates, and then post them on the regular YouTube channel. And so now you've got live streams and uploads. And now you have a Spotify show and podcast in video and audio that you get paid for from Spotify from their partner program. And it eliminates you having to own product. It eliminates the anxiety and frustrations of having to edit and polish something. You can make good thumbnails while still making them simple and build a thumbnail system just like Anton Daniels did, and just like I do. And on top of all of that, it eliminates the friction of editing and being exhausted after already working from 7 to 4. Because editing is the biggest bottleneck for most of you. So in your case, man, this is the answer. This is perfect for you. No, there is no cost associated with getting tech co-host for a panel. Mike has friends and associates in the YouTube community, and has from the days of the Saturday Night Tech Fights, to where some of the mid-tier tech creators will always come on the panel to debate, mostly just to argue. They'll argue for free. So no, you don't have to, believe it or not, you do not have to pay people to come onto your panels on YouTube and podcast. A lot of people will come and argue for $0. We're petty out here. We're petty gang out here. I'm incredibly petty. I do not need to be paid to debate people, my friends. Oh, I do not. Anybody who's ever been on X and followed me on X.com knows better. You do not have to pay me to show up and be petty. I'll get on a panel. So, yeah. You do not have to, there's no cost associated with getting people to be on your panels when it comes to YouTube. People will come for free to be petty and argue and debate. I promise you. Yep. Mike says, man, y'all are awesome. Thank you, Roberto, so much. Yeah, no problem, Mike. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Beanie Draws, thank you, man. Says that Spotify idea was a bit of a mic drop right there. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I think this is going to be great for the tech community. I think that this is really strong for you, Mike. I can't wait to see it. You know, I'm happy to come out of tech YouTuber retirement and come on to a panel. Speaking of retirement, I need to retire to the little Roberto's room, and I need to get something else for my throat here. Yeah, this is Liquid Death. They are not sponsoring the channel, but they make good stuff. This is of agave, vitamins, and lemonade tea. So this is pretty cool. I just like the design of these. So pretty dope. I'm going to play the trailer for my book, Create Something Awesome, How Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy, for you guys, while I take a quick intermission. So we're going to do that. Chat, in the meantime, hold it down. Chat and mods, you're in charge. So I will be right back. I finally did it. I finished my book, Create Something Awesome, How Content Creators Are Profiting from Their Passion in the Creator Economy. The book is available now in paperback and in Kindle, where you can read it on any e-reader or device. And I'm really excited about this. The audiobook is coming soon, probably October 2022. Oh my God, it's so great to be able to have this book done, put it up on the bookshelf, and to know that all of you who appreciate it, you want to hear what I have to say about the creator economy, becoming a full-time content creator, and what the experience and lifestyle of being a content creator actually is like. This is the book. I put 20 chapters in here of the most important things I think that content creators could be focusing on today. I talk about the mental health aspect of being a content creator, getting discouraged, imposter syndrome, not charging what you're worth, and mostly actionable advice around monetizing your content properly, but also how to build an audience on your authenticity and what it's really like to start from zero, even today. So if you're interested, make sure you're checking out the book. You can order it on Amazon. You also probably order it in a lot of other places like Barnes & Noble, and it will be coming to other bookstores soon. Really excited about it. Thank you for all the support and love around the book and the positive reviews. Now go ahead and pick it up and make sure you go out there and create something awesome today. Take care. All right, and we're back. Got another one. We're on to channel review number 8 here in a quick moment. Actually, what I'm going to do to make my own job a little easier is I'm going to queue up the remaining channel reviews in their own tabs already so that YouTube can load them up for me. So I'm just going to sit here and I'm going to copy and paste the remaining reviews into individual tabs in YouTube in my incognito browser, just to make sure that we've got them loaded up and to make my life easier. Should have thought of that before, now that I think about it, but that's okay. Meanwhile, I'm sure the mods have been holding everything down and doing a fantastic job. I love that we've gotten more organized with everything. Really appreciate the mod squad and really appreciate Katie Ukulele stepping up for this. Pizzles, I know you've got a dip here in a bit, so have a good night. Let's see. Yep, absolutely appreciate you. While I'm sitting here getting the other channel reviews loaded up, we can go ahead and shout out our sponsor for the channel reviews, which is 1 of 10 Strategy, the best tool for finding outlier videos and for getting ideas for your content based on what's already working in your niche. They have a niche finder. They have a lot of other great tools, such as the thumbnail ideation tools. And I've been using this to actually help a lot of my clients. And I've actually even shown you guys here on the channel how to use it and how it can benefit you. So make sure you're checking that out. We have a discount code for 50% off if you use code Roberto at checkout for 1of10.com. And if you want a free trial to try before you buy, just use code AWESOME at checkout and they will take care of you. Shout out to our friends at 1 of 10 Strategy. Link is in the description. Do not forget to use the discount codes at checkout. So make sure you're checking out 1 of 10 Strategy. Link down below. So let's see. I've got the remaining of the main channel reviews loaded up, and then I will load up the final 5 that we got since we had extras. And then since maybe it's 1, we'll see if at the end we have time for made by 4NT. We'll see. It probably will not necessarily have to be a crazy extra for that one, just to make sure that we cover it. Because it was on the overflow side, but I think it came in right at the wire. So we'll probably try to get that one in. Let's see here. And we need this one. So yeah, I think we've got the main channel reviews that we have next loaded up. We'll try and be a little bit more concise here. So we've got Patton Media next. So let's jump into it. Let's just check the chat. Yeah, we'll just try and squeeze them in today. I think we can manage it. We'll try. We'll see. Yep, mods are awesome. One of these days, I think what I'll do is I'll literally just start bringing gallons of water to these streams. That'll probably be my go-to hack. My go-to hack will probably end up being bringing gallons of water to the stream. All right. Anyway, let's go ahead and look at Patton Media. So Patton Media is our next channel review here. 13 subscribers, 15 videos. So rookie creator. We're going to give you some advice. We're going to take it a little easy on you. What I will say I love is the logo. I love your profile pics logo for 360. So a 360-degree video production house. Okay, so what I would do is I would eliminate in the about section the first part that says channel for Patton Media, because that's redundant. Just have a 360-degree video production house serving the Dallas-Fort Worth area metroplex. So this is marketing for a channel and it's a production portfolio. So that makes a lot of sense. I guess that means not necessarily optimizing for views and subscribers per se, but for leads for the business. So here's what I would say. When it comes to this, maybe make the banner better designed and stronger. Having these end caps here because of how small it is doesn't really do anything. I don't think you should say is the next big thing in marketing. That is just one of those claims that feels like it's out of the 1990s, so I wouldn't go there. I actually used to market my services as a video producer in the earliest days of my channels. I was a video producer, editor, and photographer. I also did motion graphics. So I was doing all that as a freelancer when I started out. as an independent media production company. So very familiar with that. I was in a small town, much smaller than Dallas Fort Worth. I was in a small military town. So you do 360-degree videos, and you're using this as a portfolio to showcase that. I feel that the video thumbnails being realistic representations of that are more than fine. What I would say though is if your goal is to get clients, that I feel that the way I would approach it, and this is like you know, you haven't posted videos in forever. The way I would approach it, if it was me, and if the whole goal was to sell people on the novelty of 360 cameras, the newest 360 cameras that work are the Insta360 cameras. I would be reviewing those, and so I would take the approach to your 360 camera video production company that people take to drone production for their content. So I would be one doing reviews of some of the most popular 360 cameras, and rather than do tutorials of them, I'd be showing off their capabilities and I'd be showing off what they can do. If I'm being honest, now I wouldn't do this because I just don't have the guts for it. And I feel like at 40, it would give me an early heart attack. The truth is, you should do a video like my friend Sarah Dici did. You should get the newest and latest and greatest Insta360 camera, and then you should go and jump out of a plane with it. And I'm not joking. I think you should go and skydive out of a plane in 360. And that's my answer, because even this company that sells 360 cameras, that's the video that did it. And even again, my friend Sarah Dici did it and went viral years ago with the Samsung 360 camera. But I would literally just go skydiving at in a 360 video. The potential to go viral is there, and I would do it with the latest Insta360 camera. And so ultimately, because of that, it'd be one of the most interesting executions of a 360 video. The other thing I would do besides going skydiving in 360 is I would go diving in a shark cage with a 360 camera. I would go doing that. I would go bungee jumping with a 360 camera, or I would give someone my 360 camera and pay them to do the stunts, whatever, to show the 360 camera capabilities and why 360 production matters and who should care about this. And then I would also do something, if you want to do something like what you've done in the past as far as client work with events and people, is I would find the biggest and best events in Dallas Fort Worth, and I would go to them and film in 360. So I would go to festivals, and I would go to potentially rodeos and things and film in 360, and then put together vlog like 360 content showing the capabilities, and doing that when it comes to the content. And I think that would make the most sense for you, Patton Media, when it comes to this sort of thing. So, I think that that would obviously do much better. And if the goal here is to attract clients to your content, um, and to show the capabilities of 360. And if you wanted to show how you could be the next big thing in marketing, you need to take a Red Bull like approach to 360 video. You need to do interesting things. I would have even shown a dog's life in 360 and strapped a Insta360 camera to a golden retriever or something, or a labradoodle, and get some content out of that. Again, I would just do the most interesting content possible in 360 and really show what it's like and show that it's worth pursuing. I would have somebody strap my Insta360 camera to a Lamborghini or a convertible or a race car or a go-kart or a four-wheeler or all of them, skateboard, so on, electric scooter, so on and so forth, and show how interesting and dynamic this could be. I would take it on all the big roller coasters and show that experience. I think that that's the answer. And I think that that's what makes things the most interesting. I would take the same approach to anything that would be a media production company that has a gimmick. Like, for example, if I was doing a media production company these days, our gimmick might be that we shoot everything in 8K and that I might talk about 8K cameras, and we would have what you can do with these 8K cameras, and I would show what they would do. We have the Georgia Aquarium and we have Zoo Atlanta here. I would be shooting the nature and these exotic animals in 8K video and showing that off because it's a much more intriguing proposition if I do something like that. So if you're going to do a media production company, you need to do sizzle reels, you need to do interesting stories, you need to do interesting cinematics and vlog-like content and things that show the capabilities of what you and your company can do and the capabilities of the technology. If you're doing VR, AR, 360, 8K, whatever it is, you need to show off the extreme capabilities of the technology in extreme situations. And so those extremes are, look, one of the best videos that Jenna Zarak, I just seen sister Jenna did was she did a unboxing and review of iPhone underwater. She'd go to and cross her 1 million subscriber threshold for a great gold play button if she does literally more underwater camera and waterproof test, because it's exotic, it's different, it makes a great thumbnail, and people like that sort of thing. So again, if I'm testing 360 capabilities, I'm throwing it on a drone and then flying it over an exotic place. 360 drone, Grand Canyon, let's go. Let me give you a POV drone with a 360 camera flying through the Grand Canyon. Let's go. That's something. Same thing with the drone technology. If I was a drone production company, I'm out there and I'm showing you the most interesting things in the most interesting places that this drone can do, and wild shots that don't seem even possible. You're going to want to hire me for your event with the drone then. So the same thing with 360 camera. So that's the review. That's my advice for Patton Media 360 and how to use YouTube content to potentially grow their business in Dallas Fort Worth by going to events, showing off the 360 capabilities, and using exotic and extreme videos to get attention and potentially go viral. What do you guys think about this strategy when it comes to companies that are production houses that are trying to use a gimmick like drones, 360 cameras, or new technology? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the live chat if you're watching on the Friday channel reviews. Let me know what you guys think about this. Do you agree with the advice? Do you disagree? Let me know. Boom. So we did that one. I think that one was like 10 minutes. Let's see. Just trying to catch up a little bit on the chat here. Seeing good stuff. All right, excellent. Father did Paradise says you lost me at skydiving. Yeah, I don't blame you. Look, I told you I'm not about it. I can't do skydiving. Beanie Draw says 40 is the new 30. Yep. Probably. I look better at 40 than I did at 30. Let's see. All right, so our next channel is Dyme Witherspoon. So here is Dyme Witherspoon's channel. We got 1,000 subscribers, 39 videos. Impressive. Most impressive. Crafting impactful video strategies, automate processes, build brand authority, drive revenue. So I love that you give your value proposition, and you have thisisdyme.com right up in there. So download our free impactful video audit today. This is actually really good for a business channel. And you say helping entrepreneurs scale smarter with strategic video. Um, nice. All one word, one value proposition right up front in the about section. Perfect for YouTube. And then you link to your free resources there. Very smart. So these are things you're doing very well. Good banner strategy, telling what it is, driving business. Your goal here is to grow the business. Good profile pic here. Could be sharper around the eyes, maybe for the profile pic. So maybe think about that. Let's see. Channel layout is showing popular videos, then recent videos, then video production gear. Okay. So again, another media company style channel. So I assume the goal of this channel is to potentially grow the business, but also to lean into the tech niche. So I like some of what I'm seeing here. What are your most popular videos? Professional YouTube lighting for beginners on a budget. Very smart to lean into this direction. Budget gear videos are something I did successfully, so you came to the right person when it comes to channel reviews. This is a really solid one on the FX30. So I could definitely see why with 39 videos you've been able to get 1,000 subscribers. The biggest thing here is you started a while back, but you didn't upload anything, or you maybe got rid of some of those videos and you started being consistent again a year ago. My thing is, if you can, because there's a 5-month gap here and you had a good video, you had 1.4K views on it, you had views on these videos, you were getting traction and momentum, and you hit a snag or something happened in real life to where you took a 5-month hiatus. So thing is, just starting over again, or changing direction for the channel, this could be difficult. I would say lean back into what has been successful for the channel, which is helping people with making better videos with budget gear and understanding a lot of things like interview gear and what to bring and what to buy. A lot of people will just hire you to do it for them. If they are local to you and if they can afford you, they will just hire you. I know this because this is how my content started as well, in a very similar situation, in a very similar niche. So I would say for you, the best thing that you could do would be to continue to lean into this and into the budget gear section. Most YouTubers want to buy the most elaborate gear for themselves, and so they end up getting away from budget gear. There is a desire for budget gear and getting the best gear and accessories you can under $200 to $500 per unit, and to getting affordable cameras, but also to getting things that you can upgrade to, and to be a professional videographer yourself and to get clients. And you're leaning into that. So I do think this is a good direction for you. I think this 5 steps turn video views into clients without a big following. The title here could have been stronger. It could have been how to turn viewers into customers in 5 easy steps. So that probably would have been a more concise channel, more concise title, and probably would have been more effective here. But overall, you have a good grasp on how to attract an audience. The biggest problem I see is consistency with that 5-month gap. And also, again, just keep focusing on the right value proposition for your clients and on making evergreen content. And this channel has potential. So, and also I think it could drive a lot of Amazon affiliate revenue. So those are my thoughts, Dyme Witherspoon, on your channel. I think that there's a lot that you're doing well here. I think your thumbnail strategy is fine based on what it is. Given the camera tech and review niche, your thumbnails are fine. If you want to take inspiration from someone in this type of niche and content, consider looking at thumbnails from Sarah Dietschy, for example. Um, but other than that, I think you're doing a good job here. So that is my review on Dyme Witherspoon. And I think that the big opportunity here is the budget gear reviews, if I'm being honest. I think the budget gear reviews, yes, stuff on the client side. There are people who make really good videos about getting clients around video production. And I also think you could look at the content from D for Darius. D for Darius does a great job and is really solid on YouTube. Highly recommend his content. Could be some inspiration there. I think that for your channel, there are so many people who want to level up production, interview content, commercial content on how to do these things, what to buy, what to have in their kit as a working videographer that gets paid for it, or people who need to make videos for their business. So I feel that the content, it has potential. I think it's a strong niche. Your videos overperform given the size of your channel's default audience. So you're doing a lot correctly. Um, I do think for some of your thumbnails that the photo editing aspect of just things like sharpening your eyes can go a long way. You don't have to do a whole beauty retouching to your thumbnails, but sometimes a little bit of improving lighting, contrast, creating more depth in the thumbnails. You see that I do that. I focus on sharpening the area around my eyes, nose, and mouth quite a bit. So those things help thumbnails pop, contrast with the background. There's just subtle little things that could be improved on that. But your thumbnails are fairly solid, so I don't want to harp on them as if you're not doing good thumbnails. But we do know that packaging decides the outcome of videos more than quality, but then also the idea itself is one, and you have an understanding of what's necessary in your niche to attract your audience and your desired clients as well. Also, how to position yourself to capture the Amazon and potentially BH Photo Video affiliate link revenue from people who are gear buyers. You've seen how channels do that successfully. You've seen Think Media do that successfully, as well as others. Sarah Dietschy, Your Average Consumer, other people like that, DSLR Shooter. So there's a lot that you can use for inspiration there of how to execute well. But I'd love to know what you guys think if you're in the live chat watching here on the Friday channel reviews, or if you're in the replay audience watching this after the fact and you want to tell us in the comment section whether you agree with my review, whether you agree with the strategy, what you think that Dyme Witherspoon is doing well, what could be better. Just let us know in the comment section or in the live chat. All right. All right. All right. All right. So let's see. I think we have Dex up next. Dex is a returning channel. Let's see. The chat window on my second screen hasn't moved in like an hour. That's annoying. Let me see if I can fix my second screen here. All right, I've popped out. Oh, you said Axe Paw Paw is next? Okay, Axe Paw Paw is next. And then Dex is after that. Okay, all good. The um we had Apple's lovely beach ball of death. I don't know if we're back now, chat. Hey, chat, are we back or we still got the beach ball of death here? Yeah, I see someone say lag. Seems that we're back. Yeah, we had like a little bit of an Apple snag here with the lovely beach ball of death. So yep. Let's see here. Yep, you guys say we're back. Yeah, but what'd you guys think about my review for Dyme Witherspoon? What'd you guys think? I'm not sure if she caught her review in real time because of how late we're going. And sorry to anybody who we're super late in getting to with these. We've just been doing everything as organically as we can. I'm gonna try to, tighten it up a little bit because I know we still got plenty of channel reviews to get to, but I just want to make sure I'm giving you guys the best advice possible. So there we go. All right. So we've got Axe Paw Paw returning for another channel review. Let's see what we can do to help him out. And let's see if the advice from last we chat has been working. So we've got videos, shorts, playlist. Could stand to benefit from customizing the channel layout a bit, since there's quite a bit of content, 71 videos. Maybe making some playlist and putting them on there would do well. Love that you have this video with over 4,000 views from 6 days ago. This is a really intriguing thumbnail. The truth. I would just actually move the text here up to the top right-hand side because the bottom right-hand side has the YouTube timestamp. And so that's not doing you any favors. So I would just move this text called The Truth up to the top right-hand corner, and then you're good to go. The truth about tiny home living. It's not what you think. Perfect title for intrigue, curiosity, leveraging psychology, really identifying what the viewer would care about. Love that, man. That's great. Look at this. Would you live here 2 weeks ago? Really solid thumbnail. Love that you're leaning into the yellow. The yellow seems to be a theme here. I think you should redo the branding of the top here, possibly to yellow. Maybe because maybe it's black and yellow. Maybe that's the theme here. Maybe that's working. Um, Tiny home for my family. Why I'm building a tiny home for my daughter and grandson. No more rent. Love that you went with the no more rent and the why and how compelling that is, and that's a feel-good story. Why downsizing our lives? A tiny home tour with big lessons. Would you live here? And showing this off. This is brilliant, man. No more mortgage. This is great. I would have probably just made the sign a little easier to read for the no more mortgage, but I like what you're doing there. This thumbnail out of everything we've looked at is the weakest as far as winter sowing on a budget, grow your garden for pennies. For both the thumbnail and the title, this is the weakest. I would have went with growing a big garden with our tiny home on a budget. So I would go so instead of winter sowing on a budget, I would have said building a big garden for our tiny house or our tiny home on a small budget. So you see what you're doing there psychologically. If you say building a big, or sorry, growing a big garden for our tiny home on a small budget. That is a title. As for the thumbnail here, I would just, maybe show, I would put you in the center, the tiny home on one side of a split thumbnail, and then the garden on the other side of a split thumbnail. When I say a split thumbnail, what I'm talking about is Hope Scope. So if you go and you look up Hope Scope, when I say a split thumbnail, you guys, I'm talking about Hope Scope's videos. So in Hope Scope's thumbnails, she does these splits where there's a different color and a different thing on the other side, split down the middle in a lot of cases. So for this video for Axe Paw Paw, what I'm thinking is a split between the tiny home and the garden. And then the whole idea is growing a big garden for our tiny home on a small budget. So then that's, or a tiny budget. So that is tiny home on, no, I like tiny home, small budget. So that's what I would do there. This retire without the stress thing, I think you still need to show the tiny home in the background and make the more authentic feeling thumbnail for that. I also think maybe some appeal to emotion in the title, as far as the 5-step plan to save our family, low income retirement. Yeah, the 5-step plan to save our family, low income retirement planning. That's a title that gets people more. And I would use an expressive face thumbnail with a background that's more like this one for that particular video from 4 weeks ago. And then this how to start saving for retirement on a low income. Again, use a more storytelling title for that. Why how to retire on a low income. This is what saved our family. Because then someone will click on that because there's a storytelling, there's a compelling psychological reason and storytelling. It's like, this saved your family, or that, hey, I'm low income. Can I retire? Is there is there hope for me? Like, so the audience can identify with that, and there's a compelling element, even if you're not of retirement age. It taps into the financial anxiety. So this richer life without more money. This should be a bigger title to a richer life without more money. The truth about retiring on a low income. So again, your channel is doing great, Axe Paw Paw. I love that name, by the way. It's just very endearing. I think that the content is so heartfelt and genuine, and that's what's bringing people to it. But I think that the story has to be there in every single title. And then I think that just being very intentional about the thumbnails is the key to this. And there's a sincerity to your thumbnails. So I like that. It's just a matter of the right framing for the titles. The titles have to either be tiny home, or low income retirement, and what saved our family and things like that. Those are the compelling elements that make your titles stronger and make people want to watch them. So that would be my review for you. Ask Paw Paw. Love this channel. Again, love what you're doing. I also, again, like I said, there's just a little thing as far as some lessons to learn with the placement of the text thing, but the black and yellow is working for you. Lean into it. Lean into it. And you're getting some love here in the chat. So I think that that helps indicate that there is an audience for this and that people genuinely are very attracted to you and your family and what you represent, what you stand for. And I really like what you're doing. I think that it's great. I think that this is content that needs to exist and that people need to understand their options and to see something good and positive in the world, but also that not every bit of advice has to come from someone that's high income, somebody crushing it in corporate America, that there is a value to simple living, especially in these modern times, that sometimes we have to reject modernity and embrace tradition and simplify our life. And that it's not always that more money is what will give you a better life. Sometimes simplifying your lifestyle will be the answer. So there needs to be an advocacy for the unconventional advice. So that's my thoughts on your channel and what you're doing. I love seeing it. Thank you for coming to the channel review. What do all of you think? Do you guys think the advice that I gave Axe Paw Paw makes a lot of sense? Do you think that I gave some compelling title ideas there? Do you think that tuning up the thumbnails but leaning into the authenticity is the answer? Let me know in the live chat if you're watching live. Let me know in the comments if you're watching the replay. All right. So, chat. Katie Ukulele says he looks like everyone's Paw Paw and we can ask him anything. Yeah, I agree with this. Um, and I think that that's something that's wholesome and intriguing about the channel. So I do like that. Beanie Draws agrees with including Tiny Home in the titles. Yeah, Beanie says that, yeah, I'm digging this because I don't see it as inherently bad, but Roberto highlighting the potential. Yep, that's where I'm going with a lot of this. Yep, it was 2 weeks ago, and Axe Papa says went from 800 subscribers to 1600, got monetized this week. Thanks, Roberto. Took your thumbnail advice. Yes, we'd love to hear that. Boom. I love to hear that. We love testimonials and success stories out here that basically, boom, 2 weeks, doubled the growth. We love that. And yeah, monetization is a big deal. And again, getting a YouTube channel monetized, if you're doing like low income retirement and that's what's going on, YouTube could drastically increase that income, allow you to add to your savings if you are able to develop a community and audience and get some views, get monetized. Even if you're making an extra 500 to 1,000 a month, that could be, a lot of people don't like to think that 500 to $1,000 a month is life-changing money. I think it is for a lot of people. Most Americans, they say, can't deal with a $500 emergency. There's a lot of things you could do with an extra $500 a month. It could help fund a Roth IRA for a younger person in their 20s, 30s, 40s. $500 a month could get somebody into a better car situation where reliable vehicle, stress out less about work. It could be the difference between having healthcare coverage for people. I actually genuinely believe that $500 to $1,000 extra a month, an extra $5,000 a year, I believe that to be life-changing money for the average American, personally. Outside of America, that's life-changing money for almost anyone in the world. So that's just something I think about, and I think that an extra $500 a month from content creation would be life-changing for most people. And that's really the main thing that I want people to get into is while I frame a lot of what I talk about around becoming a full-time content creator, and what that typically looks like is $5,000 to $10,000 a month as a full-time content creator. I think as a side hustle that just making $500 to $1,000 a month is a reasonable level that is achievable with hard work and very little luck. Mostly just grinding and hard work is enough to make an extra $500 to $1,000 a month as a content creator. And if you can achieve that through hard work, then I do think your life can improve and get better. And I think it could be significant. I believe it to be quality of life changing money. I think that it's much more difficult for the average person to get a raise that would at a job that would make them another $500 to $1,000 a month. So if someone can spend 10 hours a week on content creation and get that outcome, I think it's more than worth it. And that's kind of the philosophy that I go off of for people who do content creation part-time. And then to get to where you could do it full-time and justify it, I think that getting to 5,000 to 10,000 makes it safe for most people. So that's kind of my angle when it comes to all of this. And that's kind of what my hope is that my content is putting more and more people in a position to do that. And that's the goal here. Even with something like I said, again, most of my content is free. The academy is for people trying to go or who are at another level. But other than that, the thing is, if people are going to make an investment in their content creation, aside from buying gear, which I recommend things that are reasonable and affordable, like the DJI Mic Minis are the best affordable thing you could get at this point. I recommend people my book. Like, I don't think everyone is qualified for a $600 course, which is why I have free content and why I actually have a free structured course for beginners that would probably get people to 1,000 subscribers and monetization if they take the free course. That's linked in the description. It's the Creator Foundations course. It's a free pay what you can, pay what you want course, even if it's $2, $5, or $0, so that we can give people a structured course for learning content so they're not cherry picking random content on YouTube to grow, but can get some actual decent structure around content creation and some real understanding of it without a Mr. Beast video popping up to distract them or an ad running. So we actually have a free Creator Foundations course. There are some people who I think will qualify for $500, $600 courses. The one we're going to do is a brand deals course because you can always make your money back if you actually get brand deals. So that's my philosophy around this, is that $500 to $1,000 a month is reasonable, life-changing money for YouTube content creators. Everyone doesn't have to make $5,000 to $10,000 a month. Your life could improve with $500 to $1,000 a month if you already have a job. So that's what I think should be the most reasonable, attainable goal for most people, particularly after they get monetized. I want to see them get that first $100 check, then make that consistent every month, then go to $500 a month, and eventually have the goal of working themselves up to $1,000 a month. If they can maintain that off of a part-time effort into YouTube, I think it's reasonable, and I think it creates a great situation. Essentially, Wise says, why is YouTube so hard unless you post daily? That's the only time you get noticed. It's not the only time. There are plenty of people who get noticed without posting daily, but I'll explain why YouTube's hard in a second here. All right, so YouTube is hard for a very good reason. YouTube should be hard. YouTube should be hard. It's supposed to be hard. Think about it like this. I've held people's attention and taken up 3 hours of their day. I have, between all of my platforms right now, 500 viewers live. I think on YouTube alone, we have what? How many people do we have watching live on YouTube right now? On YouTube, For concurrent viewers, what do we have? 119 concurrent viewers, okay, on YouTube, and we have 500 live viewers total across all platforms. So to hold that many people, hundreds of people's attention for 3 hours, and when we get the replays to get a couple thousand people's attention with an average view duration of 20 minutes to an hour usually on these. The thing with that is that should be hard. Even getting 5 minutes of another human being's day should be hard. They will never get that back. They will never, ever, 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 ever. Whenever you get somebody's attention, when you want someone to watch your YouTube video, you're asking them to take 5 minutes of their life away from their significant other, their boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, their kids, other family members, other opportunities, working on themselves, working out at the gym, not being fat, doing any number of other things. You're asking for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes of their life, and they will never get that back. And they have to trust you that it will be worth it to trade that time versus anything else. You're not competing with every video on YouTube. You're competing with every other priority they could possibly have in their entire life. Why would siphoning and extracting that time from another human being's life be easy? And why should it be easy? I don't think YouTube should be easy. I think it should be hard. And I don't believe in quality over quantity either. I believe in value first. There's a difference. I am not of the philosophy of quality over quantity. Quality is determined by the viewer, and quality is the experience of the viewer. But value comes before quality. People conflate value and quality. Value is the perceived value that the person has at a glance of whatever they're interacting with. And we all do a value judgment at a glance before we do anything that is evaluative of quality. I want you to think of value as utility or perceived utility, and quality as an actual experience of a person, place, thing. Or if it's a person, think of it quality as character. Think of quality as character. I'll use two analogies that'll make sense. I'll use two analogies that make sense. You judge a book by its cover. We've all heard that. We're all adults here. We judge a book by its cover. That's a value decision. I'm judging the book by its cover in terms of the design, the title, maybe the status of the author, maybe if it says bestseller. All of those things are an appeal to visual attractiveness of the packaging, the interest in the topic itself, the beauty and aesthetic considerations of the design, and then also social proof, status, eye-catching capabilities. So it's all vibes. It's literally vibes. Visually attractive, interesting at a glance, bold, contrast, eye-catching elements, status, social proof. It's all vibes. The framework we teach in Awesome Creator Academy. That is us packaging a book. Good packaging doesn't mean that the quality of information is as good as the packaging. In my case, it is. In my case, it is, right? So this is the value proposition. We are judging the value at a glance. That's it. And if you can't get a glance, you won't get a chance. If you can't get a glance, you won't get a chance. So we have to attract at a glance, and then the substance and quality of what we deliver has to be good. When you judge a person, you are judging them on vibes as well. Are they visually attractive at a glance? Do they seem interesting at a glance? Are they doing, saying, or performing in an interesting way and manner to you? Do you see them being bold and standing out from the crowd amongst all your other options? Are they doing anything that's eye-catching to you? Whether that's their aesthetic, their behavior, their placement, or again, that contrast to other people. Do they, at a glance, have something that conveys status or social proof? That person, based on those things, is considered and perceived by you to have higher value than the other people around them. That doesn't mean they're a good person. That's called quality of character. So this is why I separate value from quality when I explain YouTube, content creation, selling things, public speaking, networking. I differentiate value as being perceived value, perceived utility, and then quality as the experience you actually have, such as getting to know someone and seeing their character, because maybe they attracted you at a glance and then they were not able to retain you because they were not a high quality individual because their character was lacking. Because there are plenty of people that are high value and people keep trying to conflate value with quality. Value is merely utility. Someone can be wildly successful and be a scumbag, but they can't be called low value. They have inherent utility that might even make someone overlook their dubious or bad character because they're too useful to ignore, or too powerful, or too well connected or networked to where you have to put up with them. That's entirely possible. So they can overcome a character deficit of the quality of their character if their value is so high and their utility is so high to make them indispensable. And the same is true with certain aspects of content creation, which is why a content creator you hate with a burning passion because of their character being low can do extremely well for themselves because they offer something else in value to other people. And so that's why they go viral, even though you don't like them because they're a bad person. So do understand the difference between value and quality, and why I don't believe in quality over quantity, because I actually believe in value first being the most important thing. And so after value first, I think that then you have to meet the acceptable threshold of quality in your niche. Value attracts viewers. Value for the viewer comes first. Quality is important because that's retention and it's conversion. But volume, frequency, the reason we have to be frequency based and upload consistently is because people commit to consistency. No one likes someone who ghosts their audience. If you can't commit to your content, why should the audience commit to you? That's why we don't love variety content creators that much. Some of them have a personality that can pull it off. We don't like variety content creators as much because the value gets confusing, and then we don't know how to hold them accountable to keeping their promises if they're all over the place. We also don't love people as much as people think quality over quantity. They don't actually believe that. Do you know why? No one likes an inconsistent person that shows up randomly and knocks things out of the ballpark. We really don't like that. We'll sit there for the spectacle and we'll show up for the spectacle. But deep down, what we really want is reliable, consistent people that make promises and keep them and show up when they claim they're going to show up and are on time. We want that in life. We want that in professionalism. And we certainly still want that in content creation. Therefore, I think the most reasonable thing to do if you're a content creator over 30 is to package your content as best as you can and make sure that it conveys value for the viewer, make a singular promise and deliver on that type of promise, show up consistently on a scheduled day, if possible, if you could take it to the extreme, a scheduled time, and make sure that everything you're doing is consistent in your messaging, your delivery, your tone, all of those things, and that you're keeping your promises. And I think if you do that, you have more success. I don't think that's quality over quantity because quality doesn't even drive views. We just reviewed multiple channels. The quality of their videos was the same across the board. What changed between video to video? The value proposition, the packaging, the thumbnail, the title, what we could perceive at a glance in terms of value was changing. So the thing is, quality-wise, there's no difference in the quality of any of Paw Paw's videos. The difference is the value of the packaging and how we perceive it. So value for the viewer comes first, more than anything else. That matters when it comes to getting views. Quality matters for retention, watch time, and turning viewers into subscribers because they have to have a good experience that's worth repeating. They have to want to stick around instead of dip and say, oh, wow, I was really interested. Then you opened your mouth and ruined it. I was attracted to you at a glance, and then you opened your mouth. See, that's what happens for a lot of creators, to be honest with you. And then the other aspect of it is you have to not only deliver a good experience, but show you can do that over and over again, consistency. So then that brings in repeat viewers, that gets people to support you as subscribers, gets people to become customers of yours and buy your merchandise, your books, support your business, give donations, whatever it is you want to do. So that's Roberto's whole philosophy of content creation for those who are new here. So, that's the thing. That's the thing. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And to give you guys who may be new to my content, what my philosophy of content creation is and what I see and how it's reflected in the channels that we're reviewing. Because a lot of you think that you need to go over the top, step up your quality, and become the next Mr. Beast. And a lot of you, that is not what you need to do. A lot of you make great content already. People are already saying yes to you. You guys just need to dress for the views you want instead of the views you have. And that just means better packaging, because a book is judged by its cover. And so is a YouTube channel is judged by its thumbnail. And so that's it. And your titles need to be more exciting. You can't be good looking and boring. Take it from me. So the goal is to not just be good looking and boring. It's to have a great looking thumbnail and an exciting title that plays to the emotional value that triggers the viewer into watching. So, like I said, dress for the views you want, not the views you have. Don't worry about being a small creator. Bring big creator energy. And what is big creator energy? Package your videos the way that you would package them if you already had 1 million subscribers. If you already had 1 million subscribers, would you make this thumbnail? If you were paying $100 for this thumbnail, would you post this thumbnail? Would you accept this thumbnail and sign off on the invoice? If your thumbnail designer, if you had to sign off on a $250 invoice, would you accept this from your thumbnail artist? Big creator energy, my friends. Big creator energy. So we got our friend D. Paul in the house. Appreciate you, man. We'll talk again soon. Yep, just like a job. Do not be unreliable. Couldn't agree more. All right, speaking of jobs, I've got one to do here. Let's go ahead and bring up Dex, not Dexter, and check in on his progress. So we had DexNotDexter, I think 2 to 3 weeks ago. Let's see here. I still think that this banner could use a little bit of love, but it's actually not terrible. And I think that this is going to be really good in terms of seeing some solid progress, but we'll see. Here's hoping. So these were good. I don't know. These were good. Okay, I remember your channel now with regard to the AI content niche, and it looks like you leaned into higher quality thumbnails with more interesting storytelling based on what we talked about. So for everybody looking, this is where DexNotDexter's video thumbnails were a couple of weeks ago. These are the thumbnails from a couple of weeks ago. And here is where we start to see the pivot. DeepSeek destroys DALL-E 3 new AI image king. That's a stronger title. This thumbnail still wasn't quite doing it for me, but it's still getting better. Then we start to have these. Again, I think the bigger problem for these weren't the thumbnail. I think they might have been the title. I see the attempt at aggressive titles, but they still weren't necessarily telling an interesting enough story. This one is different with the game over. That's actually pretty compelling, and I get the direction with the thumbnail with the meme here. It was good enough to get you to more views than you were getting by a significant margin, because we went from dozens of views to hundreds of views. So again, improvement was happening. This one on the OpenAI agents wasn't terrible, but again, trying to go meme style here didn't work. I think that one was one on timing though. Timing matters considerably. We say topic, title, thumbnail, and timing. This AI singer one did a lot better. Using Taylor Swift was a good idea to frame the storytelling for this video. Ronaldo replicated AI robot masters the signature pose. Again, we'd love to see more views for this one, but it is doing better on average than your other videos, so that went good. Video Jam, this AI video model realism is scary good. That title is not terrible for what it is for telling the story. The thumbnail there, again, still could have been better. I think that one of your big issues with thumbnails, and you're still in an experimental phase, some of it is understanding typography and using certain elements. And some of it is just needing to get away from making things feel like memes. I understand that there's a big meme culture online and in tech and over on X, but a lot of it just doesn't translate to certain videos. Um, Using this thumbnail approach from Magnates Media and swapping out Mr. Beast for Sam Altman was very clever, and that got you some views. And that is an actual interesting clickable thumbnail. So good job there. Again, leaning into this meme style thing here, even with, though this is an advanced thumbnail with you using the AI tools, and it is funny to people who understand, but to the average person, that's why they didn't necessarily respond to this. Is Elon Musk really buying OpenAI for 9.74 billion? Again, not as many people responded to this. It could still go up in views, but again, I think that sometimes trying to be clever instead of clear doesn't work. This Bite Dances Goku AI, the end of influencer marketing, that's intriguing. And then showing 3 examples of its video creation, that's much more intriguing. Adobe Firefly, Adobe finally ethical AI video generator. That's something people care about. They care about the ethics. Adobe's a big name, very smart there. Google Veo, free and unlimited. This can't be real. You need to be more specific. It should have said free and unlimited AI video, and then it should have said this is too good to be true. I do like this thumbnail though. Alibaba's animate anyone to insert yourself into any scene by Vigil. I don't know if the by Vigil means anything to anyone. I don't even know what Vigil is, and I know a lot about the AI video scene, but this idea and showing the animate anyone or insert yourself into any scene and then showing the Joker, this makes sense. The arrow placement, however, is wrong here. The arrow placement should have just been in the center, and it should have just been a straight arrow rather than a curved arrow. Google Gemini Infinite Memory Unlocked. I do like this thumbnail. Don't get me wrong. This is actually a very cool looking thumbnail. Just remember, a cool looking thumbnail doesn't always get the job done. In this case, I think what's hurting you is the title. Yes, the infinite memory unlock is something that someone in the AI world would care about. How do you make this also appealing to more casual people? And I think that's your biggest issue, is the communication to casual people scrolling through YouTube. These did better with regard to Grok 3, and these were solid with Elon Musk. Again, I think some of your biggest issue is that these things can all be improved if you learn more about typography. I think it's worth you doing a few Photoshop lessons on typography. Here again, you got tempted with the meme style humor and the lowbrow humor for the perplexity video, and it got 18 views. People are not responding to the lowbrow humor thumbnails. It seems like you really enjoy doing it and that's funny, but it doesn't work. The difference and gap between it is 18 videos versus 800 videos. And I know I'm being harsh on you, but I'm being harsh on you because the channel could have potential, but you're going to have to get over some of these things that you think are funny to do what's working and what the audience responds to. So that's a real thing here. And it's holding you back because look at these videos, hundreds of views in a short period of time. It's working. Look at what you're getting here, almost 1,000 views over here. And then you go and you do this and you get 69 views. Yeah, funny number. Get it. Same thing with this one with Trump. You're leaning into the lowbrow humor and the meme style content again, and people are not responding to it. Not the way that you would hope anyway. Um, and so it's not working. Meanwhile, you show this green screen demo and you get hundreds of views. So the difference between hundreds of views and dozens of views is choices you are making. And that's also one of the things that illustrates what I was saying earlier about quality versus value, and that the quality difference on the videos is not the issue. It's how the perceived value of the video is being interpreted by the audience. So, again, I think that's what you would have to solve for. So Dex, not Dexter, I think that you have potential. I've always said so. I just think that it's a matter of making good choices when it comes to your topics, your titles, your thumbnails. And then I think that the video content is evergreen enough, has some elements where it benefits from good timing when new releases happen. I think that mostly you have to go in a direction that appeals to the casual AI curious audience. And I think you have to get away from the humor you're trying to convey in the thumbnails because it's not resonating with people and they're not clicking. So I think you have to take yes for an answer from the audience. They're showing you what they will click on. I think you have to go in the direction that the audience wants from you. And if you want to insert humor, I think that inserting it halfway through the video or it shows your personality. I'm not trying to suppress your personality, but I am telling you that sometimes it's going to turn people off from giving you a chance, and you're seeing that in the content. You need to get them in the door, and then once you have them and you've made them comfortable, you can show them your sense of humor and then see where it goes from there. But those are my thoughts on Dex, not Dexter. What do you all think? Do you agree, disagree? Let me know in the chat if you're watching live, in the comments if you're watching the replay. All right. Nate the lawyer is next, then Terry Crates is after that. Excellent. We're chugging along here. Mm-hmm. Mm, throat exercise. Mm, it's mhm. All right. So let's take a look at our friend Nate the lawyer, who is no stranger to YouTube and is a very successful channel. And we will take a look and see if we have anything to add. Let's see here. Let's bring the channel up. What's going on here? Ah, there we go. Okay. So we got Nate the lawyer, massively successful creator. Congratulations on everything you're doing, Nate. Very smart to update the YouTube channel banner like we talked about before to where it didn't have the outdated button pointing down to where the channel links were. And you also changed the red ring around the channel to blue so that people don't accidentally mistake you for being live. Well done. Channel link to join is in the top there. Definitely get that. Got the channel members highlighted, videos, members only videos, popular videos, and featured channels. So decent layout there. Let's actually take a look at content now. And Nate, I think we did talk quite a bit about the improvement of the thumbnails specifically and what would work there. And I think that it's doing gangbusters for you. And we could definitely see a reasonable improvement in the views, especially with the daily content. Well done. Excellent work leaning into that. So I think that the thumbnail strategy here is brilliant in terms of we can see the notable jump in a lot of the quality of the thumbnails. Because if we go back, you guys can kind of see, and these weren't bad, and these were getting views, and it was mostly subject matter, it was the titles, it was the timing. But now look at the thumbnails and look at the consistency of the thumbnails. Yeah, this is excellent work. Also, I think we talked about what specifically was resonating with the audience more and most and narrowing the focus to what they care about and what they respond to more often. And I think that that has obviously played out. And so I think, Nate, you were saying in the chat that there was a marked increase in the views. In fact, I don't know if any of the mods could find for me what Nate was saying about the views going up, but well done. Also, with regard to the live streams, I believe that there was some improvements made to the thumbnails for the live streams as well. And I think this was smart. I also think we talked about sourcing some of the research for the live streams. So these were some of the previous live streams and live stream thumbnails. And then these are the current direction. And I think that this is smart. And I think that it's also the consistency is getting stronger and stronger with these. And I think that's the key is when people can identify your thumbnails at a glance, that helps for returning viewers. But also you want to remember that you're reaching new people a lot of the time. They've never seen you before. And then, with Nate, again, streaming as much as possible is definitely always on the plus side here. But I think that leaning in to the current political climate, similar to what we see a lot of people doing, is a great strategy, and it has a constant and consistent returning viewer base. So I think that that's incredibly powerful. And I think the titles here are some of the strongest they've ever been. I think that when you use the caps around a keyword like exposes and exposed, it makes a lot of sense. And I think that that's strong. And I think that people respond to it because, again, 100,000, 110,000 views, 170K views, it works. I think that these compare and contrast thumbnails. If you look at that, this is a strong example of good thumbnail design. If you look at the jail time and vindicated one, it's so powerful and it tells a story at a glance. This is what I mean about packaging is when a story can be told at a glance very easily, it's powerful, it's compelling, and we want to click. So I think this is extremely well done and extremely well executed. I think tapping into also the concept of villain of the week is really great in a commentary channel. In a news and commentary channel, basically the villain of the week or villain of the day strategy is ideal. Now, again, we all know that this doesn't always get the most positive comment section. We know that this does attract a lot of terminally online viewers, par for the course. However, it works and it gets views and it prints money. Nate, you're killing it, my friend. Now, in terms of actionable advice for you, Nate, I would say that if there's any way possible from a commitment and production standpoint, because you've upped the quantity too, which we talked about. We talked about going hard on the quantity with this since there's a demand and an appetite for it, and I see that that's working, and I see the view numbers going up from that. So I would say that you need to keep your pedal on the metal right now while people are very invested in these things. If it is possible to get to a daily live streaming format, in addition to the multiple uploads per day format, if you can do that, you'll be unstoppable, my friend, and you'll be invincible. I think you need to do the daily live streams because you're obviously getting traction on them. If you can do the daily live streams and you can do subscribers only mode in the live streams, it's possible to get hundreds to thousands of new subscribers every single day for you and for your channel. And if you're asking in the live streams with the replay in mind for people to subscribe to the channel, again, you can jump these numbers up. Nate, I think that there is a pathway and a strategy for you to get to 1 million subscribers in the next 2 years. You absolutely will get to 1 million subscribers in the next 3 to 4 years if you make that a plan and a goal strategically. I have several ideas around that. A big one is the daily live stream format will jump you to 1 million subscribers, in my opinion, over if you do it, especially if you do subscribers only mode for the chat. I think that there are some elements here in the approach to the structure of the video content that can turn and convert higher rates of viewers to subscribers to where you can be jumping the subscriber count significantly even more every single day. And I think that as successful as your channel is, I think this is only the beginning for you and there's much more potential here. I think there are a few things in your live streaming production that could be improved that would benefit you. And I also am interested in what your strategy is around sponsors for your content. So I think that there's things that we could talk about that would improve your production value. Not that that's holding you back, because it's really not, but it's just always better to create a better viewer experience. It also helps you when it comes to um, other people not being able to bite your ideas or your formats or your style if they can't compete on production as well. So being the full package where that's concerned. And there are things I think in the process of your tech that could be streamlined to make you more effective, make things easier, make things faster for you. So those are things I'd love to talk to you about. But great job overall. Glad to see that views are going up and you implemented some of the things we talked about. We always love to see that. But would love to know what all of you think of Nate the lawyer and what he's doing. And also for those of you who were in the previous channel review session where we went over Nate's content and we talked about increasing the frequency of his videos because he was getting so many views that you could just increase the frequency of the videos, increase the ad placements in the videos around this longer content, and increase the ad revenue, which I believe he said did happen. That was the suggestion for Nate. And then what do you guys think of Nate potentially doing a daily live stream if he can pull it off? And you saw the views he's getting. If that's subscribers only mode as well, don't we think that that could drastically grow the channel? What do you all think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Do you have other suggestions? Let me know in the chat if you're live, and if you're watching the replay, let me know in the comment section. Speaking of replay value, I just showed you guys exactly how to create replay value for your live streams. I also am showing you what the transitions here and what my setup is, how to produce a high quality, high level live stream. Even if I'm talking about, hey, how do you level up your live streams? Well, this is how I would approach it. In fact, even with other things, with the positioning of content, there are little things here. There are layout things that I have to change and make this different in StreamYard. I even have a reaction format for this layout. I have a reaction layout, as you can see here. In fact, I think there's something I have, like something like another one with a circle here. Um, I think I have, I don't know if I have, where did I have I had something like a 50-50 layout, if I remember, something like that. But I think for this one to be the 50-50 half and half layout, I think I have to adjust something about, the screen as far as, full screen. So I think for like my 50-50 reaction layout, I have to change this to something more like this. So there's subtle things that can be done. Yep, it's something like this. So there's subtle things that can be done to make your production and to literally in live do it without editing and make stuff look different and make it look more interesting. So there's things you can do in the lives without editing to get the same effect as if you edited content. Even now, remember, I went and spent 300 on the Elgato prompter just so I can make eye contact with you guys as the viewers. And I have the switcher here so that I can go to solo mode and do a scene change. $60 monitor here to look at the chat and just look up and glance up at you and still make eye contact there. I went through a lot of trouble to just make a higher quality experience for you as viewers. And there's subtle things, and not all of it costs a ton of money, and it can just make a experience better for everybody. And so those are the kind of things you want to look at. Again, I love what Nate's doing with his channel. I think it's great. And I think there's subtle improvements, but with Nate, he already has a demand and a great audience and community. And I think that with him, the key areas that I can help with improvement would go a little bit more into things such as sponsor strategy for one thing. I also think that production wise, there are a few tweaks in production that could be beneficial and could drastically improve the overall content. So just as a viewer experience, but those things are subtle and they won't interfere with the views, but it could turn more viewers into subscribers. Yep. Urban Noise says he'd kill it if it goes daily. Yeah, absolutely, he'd kill it if it goes daily. If Nate goes daily, he'll absolutely crush it. That's part of why it's one of my biggest recommendations for him would just be to go daily. All right. Next up is Terry Creates. This is going to be a 4-hour stream, isn't it? So we got Terry Creates. So we got another creator here for our channel reviews. I do like the blue. I think that this font could be stronger. This subscribe feels like it's just flung there. So I think that can be better. 99 videos, 500 subscribers. Not bad, not bad. Let's look at channel layout. Channel layout is the default layout. I would customize this layout on the YouTube homepage. I would kill off the, hey, it's Terry, welcome to my channel, because it's too generic. Tell us immediately. This channel is all about tips, tricks, and motivation for creating vlogs. Okay, cool. So, Terry, first of all, what I would do is I would change the font here, and I would tell people that you create vlog tips and tricks for them. and tell them what your upload schedule is and tell them that you're like every week, and that's the promise and commitment you're making to them. Um, very inconsistent thumbnail style. Let's see what's resonating with the audience. The more minimalist, photo realistic thumbnails are resonating with the audience more. So, I would use, if your thing is tips about vlogging, maybe prioritize storytelling based thumbnails, since that is what most people care about, and try to use that more, what feels to them like the quote unquote authentic aesthetic, but just make sure that they're more well lit than a random frame from a vlog would be, but recreate the idea of just a photographed quote unquote like authentic thumbnail, and maybe even kind of take a little bit of the approach of a combination of a travel vlogger and a cozy content creator. I don't have a problem with you putting text in there and putting it behind yourself. I kind of do dig it a little bit. Um, there is a I don't know if his content is still getting views right now, but I'm going to show you somebody that I think you should take some inspiration from. Um, even though he's not making content in the same way anymore. These are thumbnails that do not rely on text. This is Tyler Babin. His channel only has 5 videos. He made some videos 5 years ago, and they were cinematic storytelling vlog slash interviews with people. And I think that you should borrow some of these things from him. As you can see, um, you know, not every video popped, but they did well enough. And I do feel that there's something here that you can capture in terms of stylistically with thumbnails. Also, for your style of thumbnails, Omar El Takori is using the kind of aesthetic that you're looking for. Now he's doing interview style. I don't think you need to do that, but for the solo videos, this style is pretty strong, and the typography here is strong. And this still has that authentic feel to thumbnails, but it still has good lighting, sharpened eyes, little bit of retouching on there, Instagram vibe. So the thing is, you want to not look like a try hard, but you need to try just hard enough to look above average. You don't want your thumbnails to look like something the viewer could make on their own. You want it to be just a cut above that, so that you're just a little bit better than them at a glance, but deep down you did some actual work and you're much better than them. They just don't know it. And they're like, why is my stuff not as good as Terry's? So there is that aspect of it. Um, so I would say that in terms of your actual strategy, don't prioritize YouTube itself in the title. Your stuff is about vlogging. I don't know why every video would not address vloggers directly and call out their identity. Remember, my concept of the clicks framework is concise language in the title, which also might mean not just a short title, but a title that passes a 3rd or 5th grade reading level, honestly. So there's that aspect of a title, is conciseness of language, leveraging psychology. What emotion are you playing to? Think about that. Identity. The I in clicks is identity. What is the identity of the viewer? When I made my title, I said channel reviews and real advice for small YouTube channels. Small YouTube channels is an identity play. Real advice is an appeal to emotion and is about leveraging psychology. the keywords for this video are small YouTube channels and channel reviews. Those are the things that resonate with the viewer because that's what they value more and value most. And so then the status and social proof aspect of this for me is the channel reviews and real advice component in the title, but also in the thumbnail. I am a known figure in the niche. And even if I wasn't, what people do see in that thumbnail is a very, very expensive camera. So those are the things that work in my title and thumbnail combination for the clicks framework to get a click. And I think that you can apply that with your stuff. And I think that the identity of vlogger, new vlogger, vlogging, those are identity plays that signal that this is a video I should watch. Same thing for creator. That's I should click on that. I'm a small creator. I should click on that. If you're going to say YouTube, it should be YouTube vlogging, YouTube vloggers, vlogs on YouTube. And I think that you would get more views, by the way, on a video about cinematic vlogs than you would on YouTube success. Your audience actually cares about the process more than they care about the payoff. Your audience cares about the process of telling stories, making videos, making things that look amazing, making videos that they would want to watch. They care about the process of that. They believe that the process will result in the payoff of gaining the success that they want. But they want to be better at the process. They know that their videos suck. They want to be better. Show them how. They know that they struggle to communicate. Show them how you overcame that. They struggle to be consistent. Talk to them about that. Talk to them about how to keep making vlogs when nobody watches. I mean, that's the main video you have here. You must keep posting on YouTube even when it's like, so how to make your vlogs less boring and make videos people want to watch. That's a title. Katie Ukulele brings up a great point of considering titles and thumbnails as a package and to having companions. YouTube is not going anywhere in the title, and the thumbnail could say caution. Great. This is brilliant. You know? If I was doing a title and thumbnail combination, a true combination, the thumbnail would say stop making boring videos. And the title would say start making videos people actually want to watch. That would be my 1-2 punch. A thumbnail that says stop and a title that says start. That's a good example of a combination video like what Katie is saying. So there we go. So that's my review for Tyler Creates. I think that better aesthetics, better packaging. Also, if you're going to use the black and yellow motif, add that to your banner and your profile pic as well. Profile pic and the banner, you're appealing to vloggers. Don't use a cartoon character then. Use a real life photo of you, since these are vloggers who are putting their face and their life out there. Make it clear in the banner that you create videos to help vloggers be better every week. And that's also you making a commitment to show up for them. So I would put that in the banner. I'd probably even use that wording. Helping you be a better vlogger with videos each and every week. That tells them what they're getting. So I would put that in the banner. Helping you be a better vlogger with video tips and tricks each and every week. That tells you you're in the right place. You're going to go with the black and yellow aesthetic. Take it all the way. Consistent branding. Boom. So those are things that I'm thinking for you. I showed you some other channels that could give you inspiring thumbnails. I think that combination thumbnails could be strong for storytelling. I think that vlogging and frankly making content in general that's entertaining and engaging comes down to storytelling. Your titles and thumbnails should be doing that storytelling. And I think that that's the direction you have to go in. I also think your topic choice and selection has to focus on what matters more and what matters most. If I was making content buckets for a vlogging channel, I would have vlogging tips that are very specific to beginners. So I'd have very specific vlogging tips and almost like a vlogging 101 style or how to vlog. So I would have how to vlog videos, number one. Number two, I'd have videos on making videos with your smartphone specifically because vloggers care a lot about that. They really do. I would have another content pillar that would focus on making videos look cinematic. I make these videos look good. People care a lot about that. I would have a video series that focuses on storytelling and not making boring videos specifically. And then I'd probably have a video series that is encouragement for people when it comes to their vlogs and to talk about motivation, the mental health, being consistent, what to do when people aren't watching, and also incorporate into those videos a question that comes from a struggling viewer. This will encourage engagement in the content and keep people coming back. So that would be my channel strategy when it comes to Tyler's content. So what do you guys think of that review? What do you think of my strategy? What would you do differently? Let me know in the chat if you're watching live. Let me know in the comments if you're watching the replay. So yeah, let's see what's up in the chat. Beanie Draws says, I love absorbing this information. Sarah Dawn says, midnight here, been getting ready in bed while listening. Yep. Katith Art says, haha, I don't know how to not be boring. Yep. All right, we've got Dev Games next. Dev Games says, burnt out on dev tutorials, so I'm exploring live streaming indie dev reviews, dev interviews, considering live plugin reviews, thoughts, working on better thumbnails. Interesting. Well, we're about to find out. Closing time. All right. So we've got Dev Games 3085. So Dev Games, you say you're a little burnt out on the tutorials and you're exploring live streaming and indie dev games. All right, well, let's see what the value proposition for your viewers is and see if we can figure this all out, shall we? So your popular videos, you've got some good ones here. You've got 1,000 subscribers. You got some videos punching above your weight class. You've got some good thumbnails. Then you've got your recent videos. Okay, and you've got past live streams. Well, let's go. Okay, so here you are talking about mastering replication in Unreal Engine, the complete guide. This is a very niche specific thing, and it doesn't actually even show off Unreal Engine. The most interesting thing about Unreal Engine is the realistic graphics that it produces, and that's not represented in the thumbnail. So as much as I can appreciate a simple text-based, logo-based thumbnail, the value proposition to anyone who knows about Unreal Engine is just how amazing it is. So you're not showing that off. So that hurts the value proposition here. If you're burnt out on tutorials, and it looks like your thing was originally the tutorials, I think that leaning into the dev space around interviews and commentary would be better. And I think that you could, when it comes to this, and with the streaming, you're using these repetitive thumbnail templates that make it a little harder to judge what an individual live stream is, but you're kind of like just leaning into this now, so take that with a grain of salt. Um, I do feel that if you're going to stream consistently, that doing it a little differently could be better, and making unique thumbnails could be better. Um, I feel that if you're going to go into the interview side of things, that you might want to take the approach of leaning into a panel of game developers meeting up weekly to talk about the developer scene, indie games, and maybe gaming in general. Even though right now there's a lot of hectic things in gaming and dev culture, and that getting dragged into like culture war stuff, you could get an audience by addressing those things on head on without it getting toxic or being defensive, and having the dev's perspective. I don't know if that's something you'd be willing to do, but I do know it would attract an audience, because I do think that there are people who'd want to see both sides of that, and that could be an angle. You could invite critics and devs to see if they can come to common ground and be respectful with you as the moderator. That is an option, but that would be very ambitious, and it's a high risk, high reward strategy. Don't know if you're willing to lean into that, but if you're burnt out in tutorials, then this eliminates editing, and if you just do it live, then the content creates itself. So that is an angle of approach, and I know it would get views, because nothing gets views like controversy. But you could still keep it grown and respectful. So there is an angle to be had there. The thumbnails, I could go either way on. There is some effectiveness to the approach of thumbnails here. Again, the thing that made you popular isn't necessarily the thing you want to do anymore, so that's the difficulty. So, since you want to move away from your most popular content, I do think that the issue is supplementing it with something that could be as popular. My answer to it is the high risk, high reward strategy of leaning into the debate and discussion sphere of having multiple panels with developers and the critics of the current gaming culture, and letting people have their say as long as they can do it respectfully. There would be an audience that would show up for that live. There would be clips to be gained from that. It is an opportunity to grow a large audience. It's just a matter of whether or not that's something you'd be willing to do. But it would be my suggestion, given the pivot away from tutorial content. And then it is a lower lift, at least in terms of logistics, but it's a higher lift emotionally. Now, your channel is also fresh enough and small enough to withstand a large scale pivot like that. I also think that with the kind of graphics you're capable of, that you could go harder on your thumbnails. But the thumbnail style would change if you move to this commentary and conversation space. So that would just be a choice at that point. But that's my thought when it comes to this one. I know that that's a little different than what we've seen in the past, but this is a completely different situation because it's a very drastic pivot very early in a channel's growth. But I do think that this is one that would work and would have a broader appeal audience. But what do you guys think? Do you agree with this massive pivot that I'm suggesting? Or do you think that dev games should do something different? I think there's an appetite to hear from developers, but I think that the appetite to hear from developers regards a conversation about the current state of gaming and the controversies surrounding it. And I think that there hasn't really been a platform for the developers to have their say on the conversation. It's largely been lent to the critics. What do you guys think? Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let me know in the live chat. If you're watching live, if you're watching the replay, let me know in the comment section. All right. So Dev Games, I hope that that helps you in particular with your content. Given that you want to specifically pivot and move away from what you've been doing, there isn't a lot of like benefit to harping on the current state of the channel versus here's what would benefit you in terms of an all new direction. So that's the direction that I took your review based on what I feel your needs were. Let's see. We're almost done. We are almost through here. We're getting to the end. So we have JayyRedd Unfiltered. We have a returning channel review there. And I believe we do have a handful of reviews right after that. And then we are out. It's closing time. So what we're going to do is we're going to load up those channels. So we're going to load up IsaHoodie, Just Another Mark, Dr. Jamal, BrokenSkull, SSJJones, and Made by 4NT. And we're going to power through these. Power through. Just power through. So let's load these up. All right, we're just loading up the last of the channel reviews. We're going to power through them here. Appreciate the mods hanging out, helping us get through this. We're all in it together, right? Why am I having such a problem pulling up SSJJones' channel? There we go. Okay. Let's go. All right, so we've got our channels loaded up. Let's do this. So we got JayyRedd Unfiltered, Culture, Politics, Trending News. Now, I believe we've covered Mr. JayyRedd before. I think that updating the profile pic here could be a good idea because I think this could still be sharper. And I think maybe instead of the black background, maybe a red behind this could actually be a little better this time. Let's go and see some of the video titles here. This is leaning into culture, commentary, and news topics. I think that the thumbnails have improved, but if we scroll back a ways, because he's been pumping out so much content. All right, so definitely think that the thumbnails improved here. They're getting better, they're getting cleaner. However, I still think that there is a lot of a ways to go on the typography of the thumbnails. Also, something is potentially up because I still am not understanding how, even with the fact the thumbnails can be better, uh, it feels interesting that it seems like there's some kind of struggle for the channel to even break um, a dozen views, 100 views on a video. I would try to. I don't have the access to it here because, well, maybe I do. Let me try it. I wonder if the videos are just in restricted mode. No, the videos are still visible in restricted mode. So I don't think the videos are in jail. Well, a lot of them are, because everything between 2 weeks and 1 month ago is locked in restricted mode jail. JayyRedd, you may need to find out and figure out which individual videos have hit restricted mode and make an appeal on those, and then see if that helps with the channel. Because when I scrolled through it, most of your videos over the last couple of weeks did end up being flagged by restricted mode. So I do think something is happening to where your videos or the channel itself is flagged. You may even, frankly, need to make a new channel with a new email address, and slowly start uploading your video content again and see if the videos perform better on a new fresh channel under a new email account. And it needs to be an absolutely new email account because it just feels like something is happening um with the channel now, um that I'm having a hard time explaining in terms of its inability to break even 100 views. It's also possible that people have mass reported your channel. So, um, I don't know the last time I've ever seen something like this in terms of um, just an overall inability to get views. Then, and Doug is saying some are getting restricted there in Australia as well. So, Doug has posted in the chat for you the support link for Google to appeal restricted mode videos. So you'll definitely want to make sure that you look into that, because I think that your channel, beyond, improving thumbnails, is largely being flagged or mass flagged. And while it might suck to start over because at least this channel is most likely monetized with 2,000 subscribers, I do think that given one, you're posting hot topics, the thumbnails aren't completely god awful in most cases. I've seen worse, and I've seen worse get views. I do think something else is happening here, and I do think that um there's not a reason I can imagine you struggling to even break 10 views on videos with these. So it just doesn't seem to make sense unless something else is happening. I think you might need to start with a fresh account. So there's not much advice that I can give for this one, unfortunately, beyond that, because I think you have a larger issue at an account level. Um, and most people are reluctant to tell people to start a new channel under a new email. If something is radically wrong to where you cannot break, and you've had videos before that do 1,000 views, and then you can't break 10 or 20 views, and that's consistent, and you're pumping out crazy amounts of content, and it's worse stuff is getting more views, it might be time to verify by building another account from scratch and slowly uploading the content and see what happens, but not a lot of it, like a one every other day, and see how stuff performs and let it breathe there, because this is just a lot. And I've seen some weird things. Rarely happens, but even a friend of mine who was making wholesome content, his channel was being auto-translated to Dutch for some reason, and it was destroying his capacity to get views and reach. Now he has a successful channel. He's at 700 subscribers, but he's getting like 1,000 views, 2,000 views on every upload on a completely different channel, completely different niche. But there was something that was messing over his previous channel, because somehow his channel was getting translated to Dutch, and he's English, and he's an English speaking creator from Chicago. Why is YouTube interpreting everything he uploads as Dutch? We couldn't figure out why that was happening. So it messed up his channel. Um, there's any number of things that could be going wrong here. I have to speculate, but I think that you might be better served starting from scratch. Sad to say. So hopefully that does help. Let's see. We have IsaHoodie. Looks like a meme content creator. 57K views. Well done. Could definitely tell you're an anime meme style creator. Looks like you had some viral videos from back in the day. Let's see how you're doing now. Um, Biggest problem is probably consistency, and the fact that you haven't uploaded in months and months and months. So I don't know what your desire expectations from a review are. Maybe you are hoping that exposure would help. Hate to break it to you, my audience is not the audience for this content in any way, shape, or form. So just getting a review from a bigger channel, not going to really help with driving traffic here. Your biggest issue is literally not uploading for months and months and months. And you had an audience, you had a community, you had momentum, you had some viral success before. Also, you probably are having issues with the fact that everything you do relies heavily, heavily on copyright. Also, your content format um, is an OG format that might have done better before we had YouTube Shorts. This kind of content probably would do better now with YouTube Shorts specifically. So I do think that um, that's the direction that you should go in here. We're not trying to slack on the last reviews here at all. We just are running into anomalies with the last people who asked for reviews. So again, this content is just using to some degree an outdated cultural format and make work better in YouTube Shorts, but also it's mad inconsistent because of the gap in uploads. So that's the deal. Moving on to the next creator. This is a 12 subscriber channel, 130 videos. Self-improvement is a lifestyle. Very good tagline there. Just another mark. Interesting channel name. You only have a dozen videos. Let's see what's going on. These titles don't mean anything. I don't know what happened with these last couple of channel reviews so far, but I don't understand what this channel is attempting to be. Is there a glitch on this channel with the endless scrolling? Is there a glitch here? Because again, it says your channel has, oh, sorry, it says it has 130 videos. Why does my brain think it has 12 videos? It has 12 subscribers. What's the most popular video here? I don't think that this channel No, I don't think I'm still in restricted mode. Restricted mode is off. So I don't think that this channel actually delivers on the expectation of self-improvement as a lifestyle. These titles do not mean anything to anyone. This is one of the harshest reviews I could ever give. These do not mean anything to anyone. If you want to make a self-help and self-improvement channel, the gold standard is Clark Kegley and also Captain Sinbad. This is like probably the best current relevant creator in the entire self-help and self-improvement niche in YouTube right now. And you can see the quality of thumbnails, the promise delivered in the titles, and why this resonates and why this is working. Your content is not doing this, and it's not packaged in such a way as to help your channel. So what this is giving me with your channel, I'm going to be harsh here. What this is giving me is this is giving me low effort. This is giving low effort. This is giving re-uploaded from somewhere. This is giving I mean, it's not even consistent. 10 months ago from an upload. I don't get it. I don't get what the value is here. There's no effort in the thumbnails. There's no thoughtfulness behind the titles. There's no consistency in the uploads. I don't know why this channel has 12 subscribers if I'm being blunt about it. So I don't know what you're expecting here, but the thing that I would tell you is that the reason this channel is not successful is because, frankly, for what it's giving us, it doesn't deserve to be successful because there's no reason to watch. There's no reason to watch. The title doesn't communicate anything of meaning. The thumbnail doesn't do anything to attract us. And the value proposition of the channel makes a promise that clearly the channel does not deliver on. So that's my harsh review of this. I almost feel like this channel review was meant to troll me, if I'm being honest about it. Hopefully, our last 4 channels are considerably better, and I think that they are. So let's go ahead and move to the next one. On to the next one, as the kids would say. So here we have Dr. Jamal. This is a channel that actually looks like it's doing a lot right. I do like the banner, believe it or not. I do think a little bit of the banner is busy, though. I do think that science and science professor isn't necessary in there, nor do I think the social media icons for the rest of it are there. The rest of it I'm good with. Hi, I'm a science college professor and educator based in the US. On this channel, I bring you educational videos and cover science and health topics. Good value proposition. Let's look at the content. So 9 videos. Love the thumbnails, aside from the first one. Not a fan of the first thumbnail. I'm a fan of every thumbnail afterward. I love the storytelling here. These look like high quality videos, very well edited. This cancer drug claims to. I love the idea of covering scientific discoveries and breakthroughs. I think that the big thing here, since the thumbnails are so good, and I like that some of these thumbnails remind me of my friend Dr. Sten Ekberg. These I think are solid. I think the thing that's holding you back to some degree is the topic and title selection, because your actual thumbnail design is good. Clearly, the videos are produced very well. So I think that it's largely an issue of picking the things that people would care about Right now, from an attention getting standpoint, I would actually start sourcing the topics that people have a lot of energy around. And you don't have to necessarily like or embrace the Make America Healthy Again movement, but it is a movement that people care about. Meaning that if you could find, well, what are those people all talking about? And you could make a video that could scientifically inform people about those things that they're clearly passionate about and curious about, that would help you quite a bit when it comes down to this. An example would be um, a video that might explain the positives and negatives of mRNA vaccines and technology. There is an alleged cancer vaccine. I would lean into the cancer vaccine stuff. I would lean into and make a video breaking down what actually happens with the fluoride in our water. So it would be things like that that clearly people will want to search for and look up. So I think that that would matter. I think it would matter quite a bit. Hmm. I also think um, breaking down and exposing what's in our food would be something people would want to watch and be very, very curious about. So I would lean into those things from a thumbnail standpoint and from a just standard standpoint. Dr. Sten is amazing and is killing it on YouTube. So if you want a frame of reference in terms of standards, use Dr. Sten Ekberg as a inspiration for what is possible and what you could do. Even some of these formats would actually be really smart. And yeah, inform people and address people's curiosity, but don't be biased. Also, another channel for inspiration is also Cleo Abram. So I would also take some inspiration from things Cleo Abram has been able to do and lean into some of these topics. Fertility is a big one. She was like, "Oh, the truth about egg freezing." Like, so this is, a really good way to approach scientific curiosity and framing as well as storytelling. So you could take inspiration from that. So hopefully, that helps you, Doc Jamal. So next we have BrokenSkull Horror Gaming. I love the aesthetics of this, by the way. I love the aesthetics. I love the branding here. 257 videos, 2,000 subscribers. Welcome to the Bone Zone. Join the Scullies. We need you uploading every week. Okay, I can live with that for what this type of content is. Let's see what your thumbnails are like and what your videos are like. Thumbnails are actually pretty good for this genre, and you're doing really well. I think that more of the reaction style thumbnails clearly are it, and can do well. So I would do that, and I would take some inspiration from Markiplier and PewDiePie with that, which you clearly do. And I think that that helps with the thumbnails. Um, I would also, in terms of this genre, if you're going to do horror gaming, consider looking into games that were popular for PewDiePie that he abandoned because there's an audience and community that he made interested and addicted to those scary video games, and he ditched them. This one that says one of the most disturbing horror games ever. Um, I think you need to lean into and use more of the words like disturbing and things like that in the titles, because then there's a, oh, tell me more. So saying something is disturbing, twisted, using very strong emotional call outs could be there. Also, figure out the games that people were the most intrigued by and then make an entire series around them. Because if something got over 1,000 views for you on a channel this size, it's worth pursuing a series around it. That's what made PewDiePie successful, was he did a series around Amnesia. For MatPat, he did a series around Five Nights at Freddy's. Doing a series around Five Nights at Freddy's and continuing to do that is what grew Markiplier. So I would lean into that. I get that you like doing a variety of games, and I'm not saying you can't, but if you're going to do a variety of games, at least do a bunch of series based on what performed well that people can try to adopt, and that will help you. And also, in terms of sourcing series, find things that YouTubers made popular as gamers and then abandoned because there's still a hunger for that content in the community. Also, yeah, I would get rid of the YouTube logo in the channel art. I don't think it, serves a purpose there. So I agree with Chantel about that. But yeah, that would be my thoughts, and my strategy for you here is specifically to prioritize making the series that performed the best out of all these games and making a series so that people can binge watch when they want to. And I think thumbnails like this Hapunan Filipino horror game, I think that these quality of thumbnails is the answer for you going forward. But this was so successful, make a 10-part series of this game and let people binge watch you in a 10-part series of this game. So yeah. SSJJones. I'm another Dragon Ball fan myself, so appreciate you. Let's see what we've got here. Very good job on the content here. I give my personal spins and takes on all things anime. You did a what if, and it went viral for you. You have 3.8K subs, and you got 68K views on this. Dude, I'm going to be real with you. Immediately lean into what if content around animes that have obsessive fan bases. Thank me later. I know you like doing your opinions and video essays, and it looks like you're good at it. Dude, you can crush it. 9 days, 68K videos. Here's your answer. What if series going forward about what ifs around popular anime that have elements where the story could have changed differently if someone made a different decision, and making these what if videos around people's favorite animes and characters. You can literally blow up off of this. I'm not joking. So that's something that I would lean into here. In terms of popular content, your most popular videos, aside from this one from literally 9 days ago, were videos from more than a year ago. Your thumbnails are excellent, by the way. Your thumbnails are 5 out of 5 thumbnails. I don't know that we've actually reviewed an anime-related channel before that had thumbnails that were this good. I'm not sure we've ever done that in the history of the channel, of had thumbnails as good as yours when it comes to anime. Not kidding. So what I'm saying is that a lot of it is, to some degree, yes, and these are good views, by the way, for a small channel. These are excellent views. However, there's a big discrepancy in the views from this video from 9 days ago. There's a demand and there's a hunger for these what if videos and for them to be executed well. And I think you could capitalize on that. So that would be my advice for you. I see for BrokenSkull that you're saying it'd be hard to do a 10-part series on that one because most of the games you play are short. 5-part series, 6-part series, 5 or 6 parts then. If you're playing shorter games, 5 or 6 part series then. Something we can binge watch. Yep. So, SSJJones, you should lean into this what if content. I promise you. You in 9 days, you've got exponentially more views than you've ever gotten in a video in years. Lean into this. All right. Our final review for the evening is made by 4NT. I do art and stuff. I would ditch the welcome and just tell people what the channel is about here. This channel is for people who love designing posters and social media posts for their digital portfolio. Here you'll learn my step-by-step process for creating eye-catching designs, interesting photo edits, and the techniques I use to make them stand out. Okay, that's a lofty promise. Let's see if you can deliver. So let's see. It seems a little bit more like esoteric content. Just posting your name, Anthony, in here as the profile pic doesn't do much of anything for people, not a way to connect or relate to you. How much content? 36 videos, some shorts. Some of these thumbnails aren't bad. The color effect tutorial is actually a really good concept here. But I feel like you felt like the tutorial niche might have been too theoretically boring for you, maybe. The Photoshop tutorial and the Pantone poster was a good idea. Here's what my recommendation is for this content as a former Photoshop tutorial guy. I see what you were trying to do with leaning into pop culture, with the AI thing, the Donald Trump thing. I'm going to be honest with you. What you need to do, in my opinion and in my belief, is you need to show people how to recreate popular designs that they see that also have relevance in pop culture. That's what you need to be doing. And that's why these videos did well, is because you showed a before and after, and they could understand what they were trying to accomplish, and you gave that to them in a reasonable amount of time. So that was why those videos did so much better than anything else, and why the videos you're doing right now, your latest videos, aren't resonating, because your latest videos are not necessarily promising a transformation. The closest thing to promising a transformation is you recreating the Sonic 3 movie poster in 8 minutes. But you also, for the in parentheses, it should have just been Sonic the Hedgehog 3 instead of the Hedgehog. That doesn't do anything for the title. Or you could have ditched it altogether. Or you could have put Photoshop tutorial in parentheses, or whatever software you're using. That would have been more practical. That being said, because it looks like you're actually not even using Photoshop here. It looks like you're using Krita or something. So this how to create watercolor portraits to sell on Etsy full guide. I can see what you might have been going for here. This might work long term as an evergreen video. I don't know. Turning Donald Trump into a woman, I get where you were going with that. Nobody was really that interested. Same thing for this how to make Instagram post like rap TV. You need to legit take things that are extremely serious or popular in culture and recreate them, or do something interesting to them. If you wanted to lean into pop culture, what you should have done is made an Uncle Sam poster with Samuel L. Jackson from the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl performance. That would have been something that people would have cared about, and you would make it the thumbnail very similar to how you made these thumbnails, with a cutout of Samuel L. Jackson on the white background, in the Uncle Sam outfit, and then the traditional Uncle Sam poster, but with Samuel L. Jackson popping out of it with his whole deal. So that's what you would have done with something if you want to tap into current pop culture, and then also get people's attention and show them how to create cool stuff. You need to be much, much more thoughtful about combining pop culture with process videos for making dope stuff. The what you're looking for is more like God, Brandon Shepherd. What you're looking for is content that's much more like Brandon Shepherd, where you are taking an established thing and reimagining it and doing it in a much more obvious way. You need to do this, but maybe you do it with things associated with famous people instead of products, because I don't think you are into the products thing. So you would do this with famous people's stuff in pop culture, and you could have a similar outcome. So you should take inspiration from Brandon Shepherd, because he's accomplishing what you would like to, um, in terms of what I can tell, from what I can tell. So that's the direction that I would advise you to go in. I think that the reality is that most people don't care about original art or esoteric ideas. I think a lot of you struggle with your art channels and stuff because you are forgetting that everybody around you doesn't understand or relate to your esoteric ideas and your artistry. They're humoring you because they love you and they like you, and because been around you to see how talented and creative you are compared to them. Someone who doesn't know you doesn't do that. And I'm an artist. I know what I'm talking about. We've all experienced it, right? It's why no one can really get views for anything in the art world when they make original art, but everyone will go gaga if you draw Spider-Man or Superman or Goku. So that's the issue. You have to figure out how to meet people where they are as an artist. The Renaissance painters were not overly religious people in many cases. They just knew that that's where the money was painting churches. So that's kind of the issue. So you have to figure out how to meet people where they are. And that would also require you to be more in love with the process of making something in general and the challenge of making something than you are with your own ideas or expressing them. So I think the best thing, ironically, as an artist is to be an artisan and a craftsman and craftswoman, and not be in love with your ideas and be in love with the process of creating instead. That way, you could just execute a cool idea when one is available and just execute it differently, better, with a twist, what have you. I think that what hurts artists is they're in love with their ideas. In general, I think that's actually content creators' problem too. Sometimes I think a lot of times content creators are in love with the idea instead of in love with the process. And the thing is, they're capable of making a great quality video, but they can't translate that to something that the viewer values and cares about and would click on. Because again, for a lot of you, your video quality is fine. Your production is fine. Your editing is fine. Your on camera presence is fine. Your delivery is fine. Your writing is fine. Your scripting is fine. Your ideas are bad. And when I say your ideas are bad, I mean that they're a bad fit for a general audience or even the niche that you've chosen. Your ideas do not translate to normal ordinary people, what you sometimes call a normie audience that's scrolling on their phone. Your ideas don't translate to something they would want to watch. That's every creator's biggest Achilles heel for the most part. Even me, by the way, even me. So that's the issue with creative people and artists is the esoteric nature of our thoughts doesn't translate to being relatable to an everyday human being. All we can do is impress them with talent. That's our whole thing. Creative people are not relatable. They're muggles. The only thing we can do is impress or terrify them. That's what being a wizard is. If you're a wizard, all you can do is impress the muggles and make them think you're a talented charlatan, or you can make them fear you as a dark lord. So that's all you got. You're an impressive illusionist, or you're a fearsome dark lord. That's all you get with the muggles. Like understanding, not gonna happen. So that's kind of the dilemma of being a creative person. You can charm and dazzle the muggles with your showmanship, or you can terrify them with your power. But that's not to discourage the artist out there. It's actually very simple. Find something that already has attention and that people relate to and understand. Now pour your talent into an execution of what they care about that is impressive to them. That's my advice to an artist. My advice to an artist is find something people care about. Now make that look cool. Like, I mean, for me, if I was an illustrator and painter, I would just turn the rooms in my house into murals about things people care about. And I would just like my viral video idea for an artist that's an illustrator or painter is that I would just do these mural challenges, and I would say finish this mural in a week or erase it all. Finish this Pokemon mural in a week or erase it all. That'd be my video. I'd give myself 7 days from scratch to draw and paint on one wall of a room a Pokemon mural dedicated to the Kanto region of Pokemon from season 1. And I have to paint the whole wall. I have to draw and paint the whole wall. I'm going to show you my process of I have my drawing. I'm going to project it onto the wall. And then trace with the projector. Then I'm going to paint it, and I have to finish this whole thing in a week, or I have to erase it and paint the wall over in white. And then you would see the video of what that looks like, and then that'd be a thing. Then the next video, which would take about a month to probably edit and do everything for and whatnot, and I would just do these big event process videos. And then the next one would be, okay, painting this wall, and this one is the Hoenn region from Gold and Silver. And if I cannot paint this in a week, I have to erase this one and the previous wall. So now every time I make a mural in my walls in my room, the stakes increase every time I make a mural, because now if I don't finish the project, I'm losing all of what I've done and all of my progress. I rinse and repeat this until all 4 of the walls are covered, and then we do a really great video and tour of that. And then we go to another room, and I repeat this process. And then at the end of the year, in Sandali-like fashion, we do a tribute video, because now I'm going to paint white over all the murals that I did for the year, and they will only live on in our memories and in the videos of the channel. And that creates emotional investment and stakes for the viewer, because every time they watch a video, they have anxiety about whether I'm going to finish the project, what I'm going through. They're emotionally invested. They're emotionally invested in the theme that I have going throughout the year of painting this thing. And then we move on to next year's theme. And again, it's and this guy literally spends a year creating a masterpiece in the walls of his home. And then at the end of the year, after dedicating a year of his life to creating masterpieces and giving himself anxiety of whether he can finish the project in time, after a year goes by, he destroys everything he built and starts over from scratch. It'd get people emotionally invested. So that's how I would do it. That's how I would do it. I have no interest in doing this channel myself, by the way, because one, I would have to reconjure up all of my skill just to do it as an artist. And then I'd also have to go through the emotional pain and anxiety of doing it. And then my house and my walls already have my photography on them and stuff like that. They're not suited to me doing these murals. And I'm not about that life. So I'm not about to make this channel, right? But again, that's how I would do it, is I would make people emotionally invest in my channel, create stakes, make it a challenge video as well, create anxiety for them and for myself, because now they can watch my suffering. And then I would, at every year, just like when you make the sand dollies, every year I would destroy everything I built and start over, making it as painful for myself and the viewer as possible. It's a 1 million subscriber channel. And a therapy bill. And a therapy bill. But yeah. But you get a gold play button out of it. For sure. So like that's how I'd be doing it. And every year or every season, every quarter would be a new theme. And again, I would do it and make it even more painful by making all of the murals tied to our beloved childhood memories and childhood franchises, just to increase the pain and suffering. Just to make it worse. Just to give you all the feels and flutters, and then rip your own heart out, and the audience is right there and everything like that, and just and then let them know we're doing it all again. And then we're doing it all again. And that's what I would do. And that's how I would do it. So I would literally, that would be my big viral channel idea. That would be for an artist. It would be that, because you would have a captive audience of people not only tied to their beloved childhood characters and franchise, they'd be invested in the fact that you created stakes for your failure, and they would love your talent and your artistry and your commitment to the craft, and they would be watching to see if you really are going to honor your word and destroy everything and start over again. And then the fact that you say, you guys get to enjoy this for a year, I get to enjoy this for a year, and then it's all gone and we're on to the next one. It creates investment and stakes in being part of the moment and part of the experience. And I would live stream the destruction of the murals, of painting over the walls white again. I would live stream an entire marathon of erasing everything that was built over the year, just to increase the emotional stakes and investment and the pain and suffering, and maximizing it as much as possible. Yeah. And that's how I would do it. That's how I would build a viral, quality over quantity, a viral channel as an artist that has storytelling, emotional stakes, a obsessive audience and fan base to tap into, evergreen content, have the live streaming capacity that comes from the aspect of the end of the year sand dolly like experiment of, okay, we're painting over, and then it also goes, oh my god, it's real, he's a live stream and he's painting over the walls of the murals, oh my god, it's the destruction. And then guess what I get to do? I get to actually make a video of the time lapse, not only a time lapse videos of painting each mural, and then the whole mega time lapse video of the entire project of all the walls, but also at the end of the year I get to do the time lapse video of the unmaking of it, of the destruction, and also I get to do a reverse video of it too. And so these are things that can go viral easily and bring people in. So it's a massive, it's a big commitment But it is incredibly powerful because I'm torturing myself and I'm torturing the audience. Double the pleasure, double the pain. So that's the and oh, and we're doing it every year, all over again. People can't help themselves. So it would be that would be the way that I would approach it. That would be how I would give an artist the guidance to make a 1 million subscriber channel that goes viral constantly and has a massive buy-in and emotional investment from the audience because um they are committing without realizing it to torturing themselves. But they won't want to look away like a car accident. They won't want to look away. They won't want to, and they will have, and it will be this desire to be emotionally invested, but also be causing this anxiety and this attachment. And it's like while being very anxious the entire time. And and then when they see that you actually erase the murals at the end of the year, but then they're also excited and looking forward to the next challenge because it's like, wow, I've never cared so much about anything. All right, so when are we doing this again? So that's the key. The key is the emotional buy-in. And the thing is, when there's something to lose and when something is impermanent, that's what makes it more valuable because it is in itself a living testimony to our own vulnerability and our own mortality. And that's where the emotional compulsion comes in. So that's how it would work out. So for me, if if I were capable from a talent standpoint and my house supported it, that's how I would execute on that. There are variations of this that would work for other niches and other content, but that's the big one. That's the big go for the gusto idea. I just don't think most people can pull it off, both from a talent, execution, and willingness standpoint. Um, and the thing about it is, that's why it would work. It would work because it'd be too hard and no one would want to copy you if you did it. No one would want to copy if you did it. Everyone would be impressed by it. It's high effort content, it's high value content, it's high quality content. The only theoretical downside is consistency. However, after the first year, there is clip footage that gives you consistency, and throughout the year that gives you consistency in the short form. So your consistency is offset by clips and short form of the high quality footage through the process. So that's what would come into place there. And that's how you'd pull something like this off. But anyway, it's been a great stream with all of you. I've loved doing the channel reviews here. We got in quite a few of them. We got in everyone that we sent in a super chat for them. So happy to have done that. In terms of super chats that weren't channel reviews, we got Uncle Yavison. Thank you. Absolutely Anita. Yeshua's. CPEDS. NYC Candlebar. Thank you to everybody who, our boy DePaul. Thank you to everybody who super chatted. Thank you to everybody who tuned into the stream across all platforms, all 588 of you across our multiple platforms, YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitch, X.com, Kick. Appreciate you. My voice is gone. So we're done here. Have a great night or morning wherever you are. It is 1 a.m. here. I am not waking up probably until the Nimmons stream and probably 2 hours into that one. Thank you to all of our mods, especially those holding it down in Australia. Beanie Draws, Doug Hewson, and Chantel from Fiberific. Appreciate all of you. We will have another stream on Friday. It will probably not be nearly as long, but we will have one. We will most likely, no, it's not beer. This is Liquid Death. Liquid Death usually makes water, but they now also make kind of an Arizona competitor. So Liquid Death, this one's called Dead Billionaire. Don't love the name. Not a fan of that. I'm pro billionaire, like billionaires. I like all the tech that they give me. I love all the platforms they give me. So yeah, I like this. But I do like this drink. It's tea and lemonade with agave and vitamins. So that's what this is. It's just Liquid Death. It's not a beer. Not much of a beer guy. I'm not much of a alcohol guy. I barely drink. I drink wine. I have a wine collection. Once a year I'll have a scotch. I don't really like to drink when I go to conferences. I mostly have a ginger ale. The most I'll probably have is one mule the entire time. So, or a glass of wine. White with fish, red with beef. So, yeah. So that's it. So I don't really indulge. Don't smoke, don't do marijuana, don't do any of that. Not my thing. So for me, energy, like non-caffeinated energy drinks like yerba mate, stuff like that, ginseng tea, that sort of thing. Water, of course. So that's kind of it. Anyway, I am done, and we will catch you on the next stream. We will probably try to do a Monetization Monday stream. There are some videos that I have planned to come out before the end of the month. We will try to do a workshop Wednesday, and of course, we'll try to do another channel review Friday to kick off the month of March. We have a lot of content coming up, a lot of content. But I think you guys are going to enjoy it and what we have planned for 2025. So stay tuned for that. Really appreciate you. And we will catch you next time. Take care. Oh, yeah. Just so you guys know, we are going to end the stream with the information you need if you want to join the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group. We do meet for the Pro Group on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's a private group coaching program. It is a year-long commitment to be in the pro group, or you can be a VIP member, which includes one-on-one quarterly coaching calls. If you're in the pro group, you just get the 2 group calls every week and access to our private group as well to interact with the other members. You get to be part of a network of 100 creators that are actually taking this seriously. And of course, you get access to me and my team to ask us your questions and to get some guidance. And like I said, we meet every week on Tuesdays and Thursdays, twice a week. So it's a year-long program. And we also give you access to all of our resources, digital downloads, and any and all of our past, present, future courses, what have you, when courses become available. In the meantime, if you're not ready to do that, you can check out the free Creator Foundations course to help you get on track if you're stuck as a content creator. Link to that is in the description. Again, thank you to all our moderators. Shout out to all of you. We will catch you next week. Becoming a content creator can be a very lonely process and adventure, but it doesn't have to be. When I first got started going from 0 to 100,000 subscribers, I had to do it all by myself. I didn't have a community of like-minded and like-hearted creators to talk to or to ask for advice, and I certainly didn't have a mentor to guide me along the way. I built the Awesome Creator Academy Pro Group because when I was getting started, what would have meant the world to me is not to have to struggle alone when it comes to being a full-time content creator. If I had had a community of creators that I could talk to and share information with, I would have avoided a lot of mistakes in my early career, and there would have been opportunities with brand deals where I would have gotten a better understanding of how to negotiate, and I wouldn't have undersold myself. I wouldn't have been taken advantage of in those early situations. So in the Awesome Creator Academy Pro group, myself and our co-instructor Andy Rivera, we meet twice a week for office hours with our creators, and we share information, we talk about how we're building our creator businesses, and we offer constructive criticism and critique on the things that we're working on for our projects. You'll be part of a community of usually around 100 like-minded creators who are taking this seriously just like you are. You'll also have all access as a pro group member to all of our past, present, and future courses, training, templates, digital downloads, and swipe files. You have full access to our creator blueprints where you'll see our systems and the frameworks that we use to execute. You know, you always fall or rise to the standard of your systems. A lot of people really underestimate how important that is. We have digital download templates that can help you so you don't have to start with a blank canvas. These done for you files are actually incredibly helpful, especially for things like your thumbnails, your media kits, and anything you need for your branding as a content creator to look professional. We have email swipe files that help you with reaching out to brands. We have great information in helping you price yourself and build your packages appropriately. And remember, as part of the pro group, you have the opportunity to ask questions from myself and all the other creators participating. And so this means that if you need to ask questions about a negotiation or a brand deal, there's something you're not sure about, you're trying to find a better monetization opportunity with merch or affiliates, you have people who have done it before, who are already making money, that you can reach out to for advice. As I said, when I was starting out and I was flying solo, this is the thing that I wish I'd had the opportunity to be a part of, and it would have made all the difference in the world in helping me be an even more successful content creator. If you have questions, you can always reach out via support. We're happy to help you figure out if the pro group is right for you. Also, we do have the opportunity for you to become a VIP member if you also would like quarterly one-on-one coaching with me directly. Now go out there and create something awesome today, and hopefully we'll see you in the pro group. Take care.